Yes.
The lead Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1531 of the War News stream. And tonight we have massive news out of Iran and also pretty big news out of Russia as well. We have heard that explosions have erupted at Iranian ports this evening and also in the Strait of Hormuz near Qasem Island. And also another big one, this is a bombshell report. The U.S. Navy has just abruptly ended ship escorts in the Strait of Hormuz out of the blue. Right after at the press conference today, they said they were going to start focusing on that. Now they suddenly canceled it a couple hours later. So that's a huge one. Also, Ukraine has launched another massive missile attack using long-range ballistics on Russia, and it looks like they've taken some massive hits. But it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours of the news from around the world, as we have been able to hear significant developments within the Middle East as far as the United States' position on the ongoing conflict with the Islamic Republic of Iran, and significant developments that have emerged in the war in Ukraine, as the Ukrainian armed forces have continued to pummel home against the Russian Federation and cause significant strikes and damage, and also lead to a very rapid conclusion of the midnight rehearsals for the May 9th Victory Day Parade, which is only 4 days from now. We have also been able to hear in major news from around the world that the United States of America just hours ago has announced the conclusion to Project Freedom, a 48-hour-long attempt to break the Iranian blockade on the Strait of Hormuz, which appears to have ended after several merchant ships were directly fired upon by the Islamic Republic of Iran without the United States of America being able to successfully defend or intercept the incoming threats against these vessels. The President of the United States has stated that the blockade will continue against the Islamic Republic of Iran as a result, although we are seeing that at this time, the Islamic Republic of Iran has not changed its position on control of the Strait of Hormuz and is still continuing to exert complete control over the area. In fact, their control appears to be so absolute at this moment, the Islamic Republic of Iran has now announced the Strait of Hormuz Port Authority, where they will now be charging tolls and also will be inspecting vessels to make sure that they meet Iranian criteria for top-notch loyalty to the Islamic regime to be able to pass through the strait. We have also heard that in the midst of this day, several anti-ship missiles were were levied against a French-owned vessel that was crewed by a crew of Filipinos, which several of those Filipino sailors have been reported to be injured in the midst of these strikes. While the Islamic Republic of Iran has also been continuously firing on merchant ships and the United Arab Emirates today, the United States government has proudly announced that the ceasefire has not collapsed, and as a matter of fact, the Iranians are attacking us in a mostly peaceful way, and only showing their disdain for the systemic oppression that they have faced at the hands of the United States of America. Once again, mostly peaceful. We have also been able to hear as well that, according to CENTCOM's commanders, around 22,000 sailors and 1,500 ships are still stuck in the Strait of HORMUZ, and the U.S. really needs to help to get them out. That was 2 hours before the statement was made that we're completely abandoning Operation Project Freedom. We've also been able to hear that additionally significant explosions have occurred within several major cities along the Iranian coastline within the Gulf of Oman and the Strait of Hormuz, including the city of Qashem, the city of Bandar Abbas, and also the city of Konarak, near to a significant IRGC naval station that is based out of this area. We have also been able to hear that a 4.7 magnitude earthquake occurred within central Iran today, and we've also seen that some mysterious fires have broken out within Tehran. In the midst of this, the United States government has also announced that they'll be trying to work on providing arms to the Iranian citizenry to see that they can eventually rise up and eventually rebel against the Iranian government. We have also heard additional reports from the United States of America that they will be attempting at some point, sooner or later in the future, to be able to see that the Islamic regime is overthrown and that the Strait of Hormuz is cleared. But this might fall upon the international community, depending on if the United States is willing to follow through or not. We have also heard that in the midst of this, the Iranian Foreign Ministry is traveling to the People's Republic of China at this moment and is conducting what we can only describe as a world tour of Axis powers to be able to try and see if they can get some significant financial and military support for the Islamic Republic of Iran during this interim war period, where they are seeing a relative time of peace, where we can see that even at this moment right now, decent amounts of flights, at least some, were spotted on ADS-B transponder, including this one right here, which are able to fly into Iran due to the fact that the country is not in the midst of an ongoing war, which would shut down its airspace. We have also seen outside of the region of the Middle East today that the United States blew up another drug boat, and an Exxon executive has now stated that physical oil shortages will start to appear within the United States here in the immediate future, meaning that critical fuel shortages and lack of physical supply is finally reaching the United States of America 2 months after the blockade began, and actually a little bit ahead of schedule as far as we were concerned, as it did appear that we had several hundred million barrels of oil within our strategic oil reserves, but it does appear that for some reason the Exxon executives are not believing or counting on that to be able to see that they will be able to, of course, keep the United States of America economically running and functioning. This will most likely lead to highly increased prices due to the lack of physical availability instead of the prices being relegated to just mere speculation in the markets, and we'll also see that fuel rationing will most likely become mandatory within the United States of America due to the dwindling supplies of oil globally. We've also been able to hear that meanwhile in the war in Ukraine, the Ukrainian armed forces have landed a couple of other significant hits on the Russian Federation over the course of the day. The Ukrainian armed forces were able to hit a major oil refinery just north of the city of Kurishi within the Leningrad Oblast. We also get additional reports that an FP-5 Flamingo, or several FP-5 Flamingos, were able to hit the VNIR plant within Cheboksary, causing major damage and leading to the complete shutdown of the plant. Significant strikes were also conducted throughout the entirety of Crimea, with several vessels along the coastline being hit by Ukrainian drones, a FSB headquarters being destroyed in Armyansk, and several small reports of explosions occurring around the Simferopol area. Ukrainian armed forces have been inflicting significant casualties onto the Russian Federation's army and have been able to stop them from gaining any ground and have actually turned them around in some areas, still inflicting high losses. In the midst of prior drone attacks that were conducted towards the areas of Cheboksary and also Kurishi within the Leningrad Oblast, several drones actually made it, once again, pretty deep into the Moscow air defense perimeter. And we have a shocking video showing y'all a clip that was made by a Russian citizen of the Russian army in Moscow as they were training for the Victory Day parade, literally breaking formation and running for any basement that they could find in the streets because they were trying to avoid the incoming drones. An absolutely shocking clip to see, and most likely leading us to believe that there is heavy consideration within the Russian government to possibly cancel the military parades that are going to be happening here in 4 days. But we have a significant amount of news to cover over the course of this night. And of course, as tradition dictates on this channel, we'll be starting with our largest stories first, and then moving our way on down into the smaller stories throughout the night. And we have a lot of...
Also, one other thing as well, a small side note, which actually isn't that small of a side note, the U.S. president has started sweet talking Zelensky out of the blue. So I think that tells us that maybe he's taking the advice of people like us that's saying that maybe we should be friends with Ukraine, so that way we can get their drone technology. But today, a strange turn of tone. It seems like a lot of sweet words being thrown Zelensky's direction, which is very unusual. So it seems like there's some scheming going on. It seems like, but we'll have to find out.
And we will have to see eventually, and only time will tell what kind of a scheme this is involved in. But we are going to be making sure to get into all of the news that we have over the day, starting with our largest stories first, and then working our way on down into the smaller stories throughout the night. And as many of y'all know, our story is immediately going to be bringing us today to the Strait of Hormuz, as it is the largest development currently going on in any conflict, in any war in the world all over. To give a little bit of a recap of what we've seen over the past 24 hours leading up to the stories that we're going to be covering today, just yesterday, the Islamic Republic of Iran conducted surprise attacks against the merchant ships within the Strait of Hormuz and also against the United Arab Emirates, and simultaneously conducted significant anti-ship missile barrages against U.S. naval forces within the Gulf of Oman. These attacks were considered to be a complete breaking of the ceasefire, as once again, to remind everyone, a ceasefire requires that both sides involved in the conflict cease firing at each other, meaning that if they resume shooting at each other, the ceasefire has been broken and the war is back on. Yesterday, the Islamic Republic of Iran, just to list off the targets that were attempted to be hit and hit all within one group, as it doesn't matter whether they were successful in destroying the target or damaging it, it just matters that they tried to shoot at it. They fired it, from what we understand, several U.S. guided missile destroyers, at least 3 or more of them, from what we've been able to extrapolate since then. They also fired at several merchant ships within the Strait of Hormuz, totaling about 3 to 4 over the past 24 hours, and they also conducted attacks against the United Arab Emirates, with some of those direct attacks hitting the port of Fujairah on the eastern coastline of the United Arab Emirates, causing damage to the oil loading facilities and a power plant within the area of the city, with those fires being visible on NASA-firm satellite. These direct attacks, which were successful in causing physical damage to the United Arab Emirates and attempted to hit and destroy U.S. warships near to the entrance of the Gulf of Oman, would largely give us an idea that the Islamic Republic of Iran had broken the ceasefire yesterday. However, the United States government begs to differ. As of today, the United States has stated some interesting things concerning the Strait and also the situation with the Islamic Republic of Iran. For one, the United States of America is saying, after the fact that the Iranians attacked and hit about 3 to 4 merchant ships within the Strait of Hormuz just yesterday, the defense secretary came out today and stated that Iran has no control over the Strait of Hormuz, and it largely does fall under the control of the United States or the international community at large. This statement was made very early in the morning by the Secretary of Defense and was our first statement of this 24-hour cycle that started us off on this saga of the developing U.S. position over the course of the day. Not long afterwards, we were able to hear a word from Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, on Tuesday, as he described a new U.S. naval operation in the Strait of Hormuz, which is Project Freedom, as a temporary defensive measure, insisting a fragile ceasefire with Iran remains intact despite a recent exchange of fire in the Gulf. The president ordered Project Freedom on Monday to reclaim control of the strait and the strategic waterway, which Iran blocked following the outbreak of hostilities on the 28th of February. According to a direct quote from the Secretary of Defense, the ceasefire is not over, emphasizing that the administration is not seeking a broader conflict. An additional quote from the Secretary of Defense as follows says, "We said we would defend and defend aggressively, and we absolutely have. Iran knows that, and ultimately, the president can make a decision whether anything were to escalate into a violation of a ceasefire," he said. This comes.
I tell you, they're doing the word games these days, like a dang pick apart, like a pull apart, like a car shop or something like that. They're literally like, I mean, the word ceasefire. I mean, ceasefire obviously means to stop firing. So if you take away the word cease out of ceasefire, you're just left with fire. And at that point, that's basically a synonym for war at that point. So there's no cease. There's no cease here. So I don't understand why they're saying there's a ceasefire. Also, by the way, I mean, I saw people got a laugh out of that earlier in the video when I said that about the whole ceasefire thing right there. I just don't get it. Like, it's really wild to me. We've had plenty of time over this actual legitimate ceasefire over the couple of weeks. We've had plenty of time to get ready to attack Iran. So how much more time do they need? If they're going to start attacking Iran, then what are they waiting for?
I would also like to add for many here that the common English definition of a ceasefire is as follows. Definition 1 is a military order to cease firing. Definition 2 is a suspension of active hostilities. So let us take the common English definition of a ceasefire and let's apply it to the prior situation that we watched unfold yesterday, and let's see by that definition whether a ceasefire would remain intact or not, and let's also take contemporary examples from other regions of the ongoing conflict and see if this definition lasted or held in those areas. If we were to take the first example of the definition, a military order to cease firing, the Islamic Republic of Iran clearly broke the ceasefire as of yesterday. The Islamic Republic of Iran did give orders, through some measure, to be able to fire at U.S. warships within the Gulf of Oman, merchant ships within the Strait of Hormuz, and at the United Arab Emirates as well, showing that an order to cease firing had not been given, and an order to open fire had been given, not meeting the first rule of the first definition of a ceasefire, which is a noun in the English language. If we were to take the second example of the definition of a ceasefire, which is a suspension of active hostilities, and we were to attempt to apply that to the situation which we saw yesterday, we were able to see that active hostilities resumed, as the Islamic Republic of Iran fired anti-ship missiles at U.S. warships, attempting to kill U.S. sailors and sink the vessels that they're upon, and also attacked merchant ships within the Strait of Hormuz, causing significant damage to the vessels and also possibly the crew. And we also understand that the damage within the United Arab Emirates shows a direct act of hostility against the United Arab Emirates, violating their sovereignty and also conducting an armed attack. By both of those definitions, in the Merriam-Webster dictionary for the common English word ceasefire, we can understand that the ceasefire collapsed yesterday. If we took a look at another historical precedent that was given just a week ago inside the state of Israel, when Lebanon fired off 2 rockets at Israel, Israel said that their ceasefire was completely violated, and they've been bombing Lebanon now for about a whole week, and have also continued ground operations inside of Lebanon as well. So clearly, this definition of the ceasefire quote-unquote holding doesn't really stand up to what the English definition of a ceasefire would be, which by that definition, the ceasefire has been broken, and the Israelis didn't work off of that parameter either when Hezbollah fired off a couple of bottle rockets at them, and then Israel returned by leveling half of Lebanon.
I think that was a way too deep explanation for a ceasefire. I think most people understand the whole ceasefire thing right here. The only people trying to play the pick apart game is the administration right now. They're trying to pretend like a ceasefire is not really a ceasefire. But I think most people are getting. I'm not sure there are too many people out there that are confused about what a ceasefire is, to be honest.
I think a lot of people are pretty clear on it, but I just want to make sure, folks, because a lot of people say that we misinterpret wordage here on this channel. I just wanted to make sure that we got the exact wordage from the dictionary of what that word means, and then apply that to what we saw, and whether that stands up to scrutiny or fact. And just by fact, it doesn't stand up. The ceasefire was broken yesterday, and it's still being broken today, as in the midst of the United States saying that the ceasefire is intact, the United Arab Emirates has reported over the course of the day 3 incoming missile threats by the Islamic Republic of Iran, showing that over the past hours, even up until 4 hours ago, the United Arab Emirates was still under a direct armed attack by the Islamic Republic of Iran, which is showing that they clearly are still breaking the ceasefire on the United States and its allies within the region and the Gulf states, as they are still continuing attacks against Gulf states. And we also have further news that we'll be showing y'all here in a moment that also shows that they're continuing attacks against merchant ships within the Strait of Hormuz. One of those attacks produced significant casualties on board a French-owned vessel earlier in the day. But before we get on into all of that, I do want to make sure that we talk about the U.S. claim that the ceasefire is not over, despite the Iranians breaking the ceasefire and attacking U.S. ships and also Gulf states over yesterday and over the entirety of today. And Matthew, what are people thinking about this right now, and what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so I'm not going to mince words here whatsoever. The ceasefire has been broken, and the U.S. is spewing absolute garbage about the ceasefire still in place. So that's the bottom line. I'm not going to sugarcoat it tonight. That's simply the way it is. I'm not falling into that word game crap that they keep playing over and over. But the U.S. is claiming that the ceasefire is not over, despite attacks on U.S. ships and also the UAE as well. So what are your thoughts? 49% said the U.S. is totally lost and confused. 35% said the U.S. is just stalling to attack. And 11% said the U.S. truly is hoping for talks. And at this point, the U.S. official narrative is they're waiting to talk with the Iranians. But here's the problem, though. The Iranians just solidified their control over the Strait of Hormuz today. They just started a brand new Persian Gulf Authority to control the Strait of Hormuz, which makes it perfectly clear they never intend on giving up the Strait of Hormuz. So talks are pointless. So if that's what the U.S. is hoping for, which I believe it is, I'm with the 11%, then the U.S. is, in essence, lost and confused. At this point, they're basically floundering like a fish. And right now, we need somebody to step up to the plate that knows what they're doing here to try to pull us out of this quagmire, because it's getting worse each and every day. And today's actions are shocking. What the U.S. did by pulling out of the operation to free the ships in the strait, it's embarrassing. I was shocked when I heard it. That was even a surprise for me, even under the current circumstances. That was a surprise. It lasted less than, 48 hours this operation did to get the ships out? And we said we gave it up because we wanted to let Iran have a break. I don't understand. I don't understand it, people. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to be with the 49% that the U.S. is lost and totally confused, and as a result of this, we're now starting to lose significant standing on the global stage as a result of this confusion, and I don't even know how to describe it beyond that we're seeing right now with the Strait of Hormuz. The U.S. government continues to insist that they know what's going on and that they have a plan and that they're working on opening the Strait of Hormuz, but every single day they show that they don't have a larger overarching plan. They have no clue how to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and although the obvious answer is directly in front of us, which is resume military operations against the Islamic Republic of Iran and an eventual breaking of their armed forces that are controlling the grip on the Hormuz to be able to see that freedom of navigation resumes, they will not take that clear and obvious action, which is the only one that gives any percent chance of reopening the strait. So far, we've watched the administration take several dozen different attempts over the course of the past 3 weeks to try and find a way to reopen the strait. Every single one of these attempts has failed, including this one, which started and failed in a course of less than 2 days. I'll have to tell y'all, folks, I've done a lot of side projects, and I've usually started and failed a lot of the side projects that I lost interest in a longer amount of time than this lasted. A 48-hour period is absolutely embarrassing and pitiful. It shows that the U.S. military under the current administration doesn't have the follow-through to be able to continue military operations of any type, and also the execution of the blockade during that 48 hours was absolutely pitiful. We have not been able to confirm by ADS-B transponder on board any of the merchant vessels that were within the area that they actually passed through. Any one of them that attempted to pass through appear to have been targeted and hit, according to UKMTO reports, which also shows that we did not actively defend these vessels with the force of arms to make sure that their passage would be successful, which we could have done, because here in a minute, I'm actually going to show y'all, we finally have proof today that there were 2 Arleigh-Burkes that did somehow make it through the strait. And yet, while they were able to make it through the strait somehow, we still didn't defend the vessels that we told to go through the strait, and we apparently sent them through unarmed and undefended by the United States Navy, which is clearly going to get them slammed by the Iranians. So I'd have to say, I don't really know what's going on at this point with this greater situation or issue, or what's going on in the administration that doesn't give them a clear roadmap or a plan of what they should be doing, because it's quite literally like every day they wake up and they don't even know what they said they were going to do yesterday, and they're trying to figure out what to do again today, and they just drop the old plan and go with a completely new one, and none of them are working. So we'll have to see what happens as a result of this, but getting us back into the news, we also were able to hear that according to the Secretary of State, which I won't be able to show the clips of him talking at the press conference today, but I will be able to read y'all the paraphrase summaries, as I did take a listen to it. The U.S. Secretary of State, Rubio, says Operation Epic Fury against Iran is officially over. We are achieving the objectives, he said. Focus is now shifting to Project Freedom of escorting merchant vessels through the Strait of Hormuz. What comes next, Rubio admits, is speculative. Largely meaning, to by his words, there isn't really a larger plan, and they're just kind of taking everything as it goes, by the seam of their pants. This statement seems to have stood up not too well, because not long after these statements were made, we also were able to hear, by the way, before we get to the big bombshell announcement, that according to Marco Rubio once more, our preference, and I need to point this out before we get to the last statement here by the president, but the Secretary of State then added, our preference is to return the pre-war status for the Strait of Hormuz. This doesn't make it sound as though it is an act of the Republic that we are going to forcibly reopen the strait. It now sounds like this would be perfect in an ideal world, but it probably is never going to happen, by saying it's a preference and not what we are going to do.
Yeah, that's sketchy wordage right there. It's gone from, Iran will give us control of the Strait of Hormuz. Now it's gone to our preferences to get control of the Strait of Hormuz. That's not a good wording right there on that. So, also, by the way, if you want to play that 14-second clip right here, you can play it so people can hear his exact wordage on this, just so people get it. Because he said the preference thing, and then later he said, then we're going to take control of the Strait. So he kind of said both things at the same time. So let's take a listen real quick.
Wind up getting the last say. But our preference is for these straits to be opened to the way they're supposed to be opened, back to the way it was. Anyone can use it, no mines in the water, nobody paying tolls. That's what we have to get back to, and that's the goal here.
So he kind of said both things at the same time. Like he said, we have to get back to it. Then he said our preference is to have it cleared up and stuff like that. So I think the reason why he's saying both things right there is because he's not fully plugged in with what the president's doing right now. I think that's probably the case. Everybody seems to be on different pages for the most part, because right when Marco announced this right here, he announced that the U.S. was going to be focusing completely on getting ships escorted through the Strait of Hormuz. You'll get to it here in just a second. The president said something completely opposite, and then he canceled the entire project of moving ships through the strait.
And also, I need to point this out here really quickly for everyone. And let me go ahead and get this post up so we can point out the timestamps. Also, by the way, I have to say this because some people are going to be missing this throughout the washers and everything. This is posted by somebody in Europe. That's why the time zone on the Truth Social post is hours ahead in the future from when it was actually put on Twitter. There are these things called time zones in the world, and not everyone lives in the same one. Just got to make that clear because someone's about to bring that up like they're getting to the bottom of an Illuminati conspiracy. But just hours, literally only 3 hours, well actually, correction, 2 hours after the Secretary of State made his statements that it is our preference to reopen the strait and that we're going to be escorting ships through the strait safely to the other side to resume the freedom of navigation, the following statement then came out from the President of the United States. Based on the request of Pakistan and other countries, the tremendous military success that we have had during the campaign against the country of Iran, and additionally, the fact that great progress has been made toward a complete and final agreement with representatives of Iran, we have mutually agreed that, while the blockade will remain in full force and effect, that's the U.S. blockade, Project Freedom, the movement of ships through the Strait of Hormuz, will be paused for a short period of time to see whether or not the agreement can be finalized and signed. President of the United States. So now we've completely, after Rubio stated that our top priority was escorting ships through the strait, and that's what we were now focusing on, and bombing Iran is over, and we're just going to be trying to get ships through the strait. Now 2 hours actually later, after those statements in the press conference, then the president announces that that's no longer our priority, that's completely over with and canceled, and the U.S. Navy will not be escorting any ships through the area at all.
Wild. That's really wild, because that right there, people say all the time, they say, well, there's decisions being made sometimes without people, fully being involved with it. That right there suggests that Rubio is not in the loop, and he's the Secretary of State. That's what that suggests right there, because why would he come out at a press briefing and say that they were going to focus on the operation to get the ships through the strait, and then the president comes out just a couple hours later and says the whole operation's canceled? It's like, I would imagine that Rubio didn't teleport like back to the White House and then have that conversation that quick. I wouldn't imagine so. So it seems like they weren't on the same page, is what it looks like.
Certainly doesn't look like they were on the same page. And also on top of that, another thing that we have to point out, folks, is that in prior statements within the past 5 days by the President of the United States, and I have to pull this up here because I have to point out some discrepancies when they're important to point out, is that we're now saying, and just to read the important parts here, there has been great progress towards a complete and final agreement with representatives of Iran. According to the President of the United States, there are no one in charge of Iran. There is nobody in charge of Iran right now to even have an official delegation that talks to the United States to make a deal. And that wasn't said a long time ago. That was said within the last 5 days and several times over within just the last 5 days. So we're either to understand that somehow the Iranian government has coalesced itself into a centralized government in less than 72 hours, and now there is an official delegation that is speaking with the United States, and although we haven't actually officially met with them, like, for example, in Islamabad, to figure out if there's any progress to be made, apparently now they have a centralized government in the last 72 hours that's now formed, and we're also making great progress on a deal. which would suggest that the Iranians are about to capitulate to all of our demands, which doesn't appear to be the case because they're attacking merchant ships, the United Arab Emirates, and also attacked our naval vessels in the Oman or in the Gulf of Oman just yesterday. So I would have to be honest with y'all, folks. I'm taking this statement, and I'm completely not running with this one at all. There's no way in hell it went from just 3 days ago, there is nobody in charge of Iran for us to even talk to now there is somebody in charge, and in fact, the progress is great, and they're agreeing to everything we want. And also, why, if that was the case, why in the world wouldn't the Iranians allow some sort of a grace period or whatnot for the U.S. to actually escort ships through the Strait of Hormuz if the Iranians were about to agree to everything that we wanted? If they were about to do that, then that means their control of Hormuz is about to cease, and they would like to show an act of goodwill to let us show that they're legitimately thinking and moving in that direction. And if that was the case, they'd most likely say the U.S. can actually escort ships through the Strait of Hormuz because, God forbid, an IRGC commander goes rogue and starts firing at merchant ships, we'd like y'all to be down there to make sure to stop them because they're not representing the will of the Iranian government. None of that's been done, so we're largely assuming that at this point, this statement about how great of a deal this is and how wonderful everything's going in the background is most likely completely fictitious and has been made up. But outside of that, a lot of people at the moment are talking about this announcement and what this largely means. And Matthew, what are people thinking about it, and what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so the big question is at this point, the operation has ended. I think they technically said it was on pause, but I mean, in essence, it's come to an end, basically. So the U.S. will no longer be escorting ships through Hormuz, and it's back to status quo pretty quickly, by the way. And Iran has continued missile attacking ships all day long. In fact, we just heard of some injuries of Filipino sailors on a ship that just got hit with a missile a couple hours ago, actually. So I can't keep track of how many ships Iran has hit. I think they've hit like 4 or 5 ever since the U.S. announced they were going to start escorting ships. So to say it hasn't gone well, that's an understatement. But what are your thoughts? 68% said the operation failed and ended. That's what happened. 16% said the operation is merely on pause and it'll be back soon. And 10% said the U.S. is hoping for talks to work. And unfortunately, and I'm not saying this with any pride because it would be great if it could work, but we knew it wasn't going to work. We explained that in great detail before they started this whole charade right here. The operation failed and ended because it's simply too dangerous to go through the strait. That's why it ended. We already warned about the drone boats, the fast attack boats, the TEL missile launchers that Iran has on the coast, also the mine threat. I mean, we have threats galore in the Strait of Hormuz. So sending ships through there is like a fool's errand for the large part. So at this point, I'm beginning to wonder if the U.S. had any intention whatsoever of actually carrying this plan out because it ended so quickly. It's like they really didn't even try that much, to be honest. So the operation truly did fail and end. There's really no way around that. But Enforcer, what say you?
The operation was a complete failure, and it's ended quickly as a result. We stated this when the operation was announced before it had even gone into effect, that this was an absolutely ridiculous idea from multiple different strategic facets of actually trying to execute on the plan of beginning convoy escorts when the area is certainly not prepped or cleared to be safe enough to conduct convoy operations. We had stated, and many of y'all have been here for this, and so I'll only recap this lightly, that I believe it was on Saturday when this was being announced, or on Sunday, I'm not really sure which day it was, but it was on the weekend when this Project Freedom was announced. I went into great length about how that would not be possible under the current conditions, as the Islamic Republic of Iran still has heavily built up anti-ship defenses within the area that would be able to wreak havoc on any attempt at a convoy escort during this moment in time. Preliminary air operations would be a necessity to be conducted before a ship even attempted to pass through to be able to clear out most of the threats, so that way we could try and make it safe enough for convoys and merchant ships to make it through and for the U.S. Navy to defend them. Over the past 48 hours, that analysis was proven to be completely accurate. The Iranians still have a significant amount of anti-ship missiles and equipment along the coastline that apparently posed enough of a threat to the Arleigh Burkes that did successfully make it through the strait that they decided to not go through with the merchant ships to defend them and instead told the merchant ships to go ahead basically into certain doom without any sort of U.S. armed support to be able to escort them through. This led into the Iranians having a turkey shoot within the Strait of Hormuz and hitting any merchant ship that attempted transit during the time that the U.S. was quote-unquote quote, supporting freedom of navigation. What we've supported is the material loss of several merchant ships which have now been damaged and will require millions of dollars at a minimum in repairs, the wounding of several sailors who have been wounded from the shrapnel of the impacts of Iranian munitions on their ships, and we have not achieved any actual or viable break of the Iranian blockade on the HORMUZ, because it was done the wrong way. If the U.S. had followed the logical novice strategy of clearing out an area before we try and go in and skip to the last step in the process, which is starting convoy escorts, this would have taken a little bit longer, possibly 2 to 3 weeks before a ship could even pass through, but we would have still seen a higher chance or a percentage chance of success instead of starting the operation, getting the U.S. ships through, and then literally a day later, after the early birds made it to Dubai, we cancel the entire thing.
Yeah, thankfully we did not lose any vessels. That's the good news out of this, because like we had been warning, there was a huge risk that we could lose a Navy vessel in this operation, or of course, we did see cargo ships get hit, and some of them are severely damaged by the Iranian missiles. But thankfully, though, we didn't suffer any U.S. casualties in the Strait. So that's the positive news. But what this did, though, is it basically gave more propaganda to the Iranians, basically showing that they control the Strait of Hormuz to a large degree. This basically solidified that they do control the strait. So that's a pretty bad sign right there. So, I mean, all it did was really hurt the U.S. resolve to a large degree. That's what this operation ended up doing. And they were already set up for failure before they started it. And that's why we warned against it. And now, of course, the inevitable has happened, which it did fail for the most part. So, I'm not thrilled by this, by the way. I see a couple of people saying, you guys seem thrilled by this. I don't seem thrilled by it. I mean, I find satisfaction in being right, but I don't find any joy in this whatsoever, because we knew it wasn't going to work. And all this ended up in as a failure. So, it is what it is. They shouldn't have done this in the first place. That's the end result.
I'm extremely aggravated by this and actually quite angry, because we were correct, because anybody in their right mind would know that we were correct. Some people say, well, you're not the Secretary of Defense or you're not the President. Well, they must be blind or deaf or dumb or all three of them, because anybody could tell you, we could tell you, and we're not even involved in the process of executing war plans, that this was going to end up being a disaster, and it already ended up being a disaster in enough time that the words are still fresh on the press, basically, from the show we made those statements on, to become true, which is absolutely infuriating to watch, that you can just literally sit there and say, this isn't going to be a good idea, this needs to be done another way to achieve this result that we're looking for, and then they do it their way, which is never going to work, and then it doesn't work, and then they act like it's shocking and no one would have been able to tell that it would have never worked. That's what's annoying about this, and it's just extremely aggravating. But to get us into the details here of what has gone on inside of the Strait, and also within the surrounding area, before the end of Project Freedom was announced just 2 hours ago, we do have to get into the news that 2 U.S. early Burks apparently did make it through the Strait of Hormuz at some point. Satellite photography just about 80 miles off the coast of Dubai actually did show what appeared to be 2 early Burke guided missile destroyers moving around the area, and while their profiles are fairly hard to identify, they do appear to have a much slimmer hull than most commercial tankers and merchant ships that are currently within the area, which heavily suggests that these are actually the 2 early Burks that CENTCOM claimed made it through. So we can now confirm that CENTCOM's claim, due to picture evidence, is correct, that 2 early Burks did make it through the Strait of Hormuz sometime on Sunday. We don't know exactly when. They didn't really cover that information. That would get into operational security. And we don't know what path they took, but they did make it through. However, one thing that we did not see is that they conducted any escorts of the merchant ships that they then communicated with and told to press on because it's entirely safe. And this is where we get into the absolute tragedy that occurred in the Strait of Hormuz afterwards. After the 2 Burks made it over to the other side in the Persian Gulf, over the past 48 hours, they've been communicating the message to the U.S. government that we are now conducting Operation Project Freedom. It's going to be entirely safe for y'all to pass through because we're going to help y'all and we're going to support freedom of navigation operations. So it's safe to go through now and everything will be fine. Right after that, yesterday, 3 to 4 commercial vessels that attempted to transit the strait were attacked and hit by Iranian anti-ship munitions of various varieties. We have also now heard today that a vessel was hit, a French-owned vessel, the CGM San Antonio, and on board, several of the Filipino crew members have been injured as a result of shrapnel and the explosive force of the Iranian attacks that have hit the vessel and disabled it within the Strait of Hormuz. Additional details also emerged on on this vessel as well later on that the Iranians did strike the vessel in the Gulf region late Tuesday evening, local time, with a possible land attack cruise missile, injuring several members of the ship's Filipino crew, thus confirming that this vessel was attempting to transit while Project Freedom was supposedly active and we were supposed to be escorting these ships. The ship got attacked, was completely defenseless because the U.S. wasn't actually covering the ship with any defensive fire, and it was hit as a result by an Iranian incoming missile. We also were then able to hear, further than that according to another UK MTO report, we were able to hear the following. The UK MTOs received a report of an incident within the Strait of Hormuz. A verified source reported a cargo vessel had been struck by an unknown projectile, and the environmental impact is unknown at the time of the report. Vessels are advised to report the suspicious activity to the UK MTO while the authorities are investigating. We then got another report as well, that apparently, according to NBC News, and take this for what you will, because we have never seen any transponder data to show that these ships exist, that Iran targeted both U.S. Commercial ships that crossed the Strait of Hormuz with drones and armed small boats, but apparently the U.S. military intercepted the attacks and blew up the small boats, according to the Pentagon. I want to make this clear that we would take this at face value. The problem is that almost every vessel that's a merchant ship has its transponder on, and basically we've been able to follow all of them on marine traffic throughout the day whenever these ships are targeted or hit or attempted passage and get through successfully, and we have never seen either one of these two flagged U.S. vessels, quote unquote. The names of the vessels have never been given, and we have also not seen them on ADS-B transponder and have no more information than these two commercial ships that are U.S. flagged, and that's all the information that we have. It's so vague, these ships could be fictitious, and so that's the reason why we're not really running with this report at face value, because we have no proof that these ships even exist at the moment. And I want to say that it's at the moment. If we eventually get information as to what the names of these motor vessels are and that they actually are flagged out of the United States, we'll retract the statement and say that these vessels did exist and they did make it through. But over 48 hours now, the U.S. military has insisted that these vessels exist and that they made it through, and they have not even disclosed the names of these publicly registered vessels that are flagged out of the United States of America. They've not even stated what they are. So it's leading me to be a little bit suspicious about the story and believe that these vessels may not even exist. However, we have also been able to hear, additionally, that there has been some statements by the Iranians. As the Iranians have stated earlier today, as a message from the Revolutionary Guards of the Navy, we warn all vessels intending to pass through the Strait of Hormuz that the only safe route to pass through the strait is the corridor previously declared by Iran, and diverting vessels to other routes is not safe and will encounter a decisive response from the Navy of the Revolutionary Guards. Once again, showing that the Iranians are exerting armed force and control over the entirety of the Strait of Hormuz, and at this moment, now due to the recension of Operation Project Freedom, we are now seeing that that is unchallenged once again by the United States. We have also been able to hear that they are so confident in their control that they are now announcing the Persian Gulf Strait Authority to regulate ship traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. So the jokes about them actually running a toll booth are now coming true. They are legitimately running an authority that charges tolls and also inspects the vessels to make sure that they meet the criteria for passage through the strait.
That's crazy. They came up with a logo and a whole name for it and everything. They've got the whole marketing package put together for this. So I mean, this indicates, folks, that they're planning on keeping control of the strait permanently. The fact that they're creating a whole company around it, basically. And what's crazy about this is they're making it look official, but I mean, essentially, this is just straight up piracy, is what they're conducting. And also, they're tolling ships that they have no right to toll through the strait. So I mean, they're trying to legitimize something that's clearly not legal whatsoever, which is kind of laughable in itself. But I'm not sure what they expect to get out of formalizing it like this. It's like nothing's really going to change with this. The only thing it signals is they're making it permanent.
It does appear that they're certainly making it permanent, and this also shows they're expecting that their control of the Hormuz will not be challenged for some time, because, once again, it's not being challenged. The U.S. just announced we're no longer going to be challenging their blockade of the Hormuz, because now we're saying that we actually are negotiating with the Iranian government, which we had prior claimed just days ago there was no Iranian government to even negotiate with, and therefore we weren't negotiating with them. But now apparently there is a government, and they're making a lot of progress on agreeing with us, so now we're going to stop challenging their blockade of the strait and basically let them control it all over again. We also have been able to confirm, outside of all of this, that CENTCOM put up a little picture today that showed a timeline right here of the events that have occurred around the area of the Strait of Hormuz. And this is one that I find quite interesting. Let me read this to y'all here really quickly. It's in a little bit of small text, so probably a lot of y'all won't be able to see it, but let me make sure that I can read it out to all of y'all, the sequence of events. Let's see here. 7th of April, ceasefire announced by the president. The 13th of April, U.S. blockaded Iranian ports and coast. Let's see, the 18th of April, commercial vessels struck off Omani coast. 19th of April, Iran launches drones at U.S. warships in the Gulf of Oman. 21st of April, IRGC Navy attacks vessel off Omani coast. 22nd of April, Iran seizes MSC Francesca, MT Empanadas, and attacks motor tanker Euphoria. And then on the 23rd of April, Iran lays more mines in the Strait. Huh. That's all interesting. That's literally the very day in the very stream that we saw that giant swarm for the first time, and we said that they were probably laying mines because it wouldn't make a sense to have such a large swarm to attack a couple of commercial ships. So it appears that now CENTCOM has confirmed that our analysis that had no official corroboration to it yet about them laying mines on the 23rd of April was actually correct, and the analysis was sound, that kind of a swarm was actually going out into the strait to further increase the amount of mines that they have in their minefield. On the 3rd of May, Iran attacks multiple vessels in the Strait of Hormuz and the Arabian Gulf. The 4th of May was the start of Project Freedom, which was... Actually, that was literally just yesterday, according to this, so that means that the Project Freedom lasted about 24 to 36 hours, actually, not 48 hours. And then on the 4th of May, Iran attacked U.S. warships. That is CENTCOM's actual PowerPoint and sequence of events that they put out on their own timeline of what's been going on. And it basically corroborates everything that we've been saying that had no official confirmation to it yet and was just pure analysis and, as some people like to say, nothing but opinion.
Yeah, also, by the way, putting aside that we were right, which we do want to take our credit, by the way, folks, because we get a lot of flack, and it's okay to do a little victory lap every once in a while, because we get, like people take the car iron over our heads sometimes when it comes to our predictions like this, and that was spot on, literally down to the day we were spot on that. So not to sound like a narcissist, but we were right. I gotta say it. We're not always right, but we were right on that one. That was a big prediction right there, and it turned out to be accurate. But the actual consequences of this is actually pretty major, because this confirms that Iran has mined the strait numerous times with their fast attack boats. There could be way more than 12 mines. There's very likely way more than 12 mines in the Strait of Hormuz right now, which is extremely concerning, because it's going to take a lot longer to start clearing those mines out now that there's so many in the strait. And once the U.S. announced the operation to start escorting ships through the Strait of Hormuz, the Iranians, what did they do immediately? They sent out more fast attack boats to mine the strait yet again. So it might have been mined at least 2 or 3 times, if not more, at this point, based on what we've seen from satellite imagery. So that's not very good.
I'd have to say it's not good at all, and we've also been able to hear that additionally, while all of this has been going on, just a little while ago, we did see a picture coming out of Bandar Abbas, which appears to show some form of another missile. We're believing it may be a cruise missile or an anti-ship missile that is being launched and into the area of the Strait of Hormuz. So it looks like there may be another vessel that's under attack at this point right now. This was coming out not too long before the stream, and we may get reports from the UK MTO of another vessel that's been hit and damaged somewhere around the area of the strait. So it does appear that at this moment, the United States attempted to challenge the Iranian blockade with a very bad plan. The plan fell apart because it had basically no moving parts to it and wasn't going to achieve anything. And then we've completely backed off of it in about a 24-hour period. So over one day, we announced that we were going to be breaking the Iranian blockade, and then the next day we announced that we're no longer breaking the Iranian blockade. We're just going to put a hold on that one. Outside of that, we did hear of some mysterious explosions that were happening in the town of Qashem on Qashem Island in the Hormuzgan province in Iran, and we also heard of some mysterious explosions occurring within Bandar Abbas. We actually don't know what these are, just to make it clear. There was no video or picture evidence of them, but eyewitness reports were insistent in both Qashem and Bandar Abbas that significant explosions had rocked the city. So we're trying to figure out what those are. It may be some form of sabotage by ground operatives, possibly some sort of an unverified drone attack. We're not entirely sure, but there are explosions happening in those cities. There was also a interesting incident that also occurred similarly in Konarak, where explosions were also reported as well. So we're still trying to figure out information on these explosions and what's going on with them. Maybe there's some form of U.S. drone strikes, but we haven't been able to verify where those explosions occurred within those cities. But I do have to point out, importantly, that all three of those cities are very close to or are directly operating an Islamic Republic of Iran naval or IRGC naval facility. So they may be strikes or hits on naval ports and facilities by some force or some group within the area. At this point, we don't know who it could be. It might be the United States, it might be Israel, or it might be the United Arab Emirates as a wild card, which is a statistical low possibility. But considering that the UAE did officially publish that they had a right to respond to the Iranian attacks that were conducted on them yesterday, it may actually be the case that the UAE is now conducting their own airstrikes on IRGC and Iranian naval ports along the coastline within this area. But Matthew, what are people thinking about this right now? These large explosions that are being reported around the coastline, and what are you thinking about them as well?
Okay, so these were some pretty large explosions, and right now it's based on eyewitness testimony from the ground. We saw explosions or heard about them in Bandar Abbas, which is a very big naval port that's been hit numerous times by U.S. airstrikes in the past during the last attacks that the U.S. conducted on Iran. Also, Qasem Island suffered an explosion, and also we've heard of some other scattered explosions along the coast. But here's the catch, though: it's like the ghost of Iran is conducting these hits because we don't even know who's behind them. We don't even know what caused them or anything, and we still don't have that information even several hours later. So if Iran knows who did it, they're being very, very covert about who did it. But right now, nobody is owning up to it. So who do you think it is, basically? 50% said it sounds like covert airstrikes. 33% said it sounds like sabotage operations, maybe explosions from operatives on the ground. And 6% said it sounds like Iranian accidents. And this is a bit of a toss-up right here because it looks like airstrikes. Like, it has the appearance of airstrikes, but the fact that we haven't gotten any videos out showing fighter jets going anywhere, that is a little bit interesting right there. We have seen mysterious fires breaking out in Tehran again, which suggests likely Mossad operations on the ground, probably sabotage. So maybe this is an extension of it, or there's also another side option that's somewhat remotely possible, but not likely. Maybe the UAE finally decided to get some balls and attack Iran, maybe, and they lobbed some missiles from their territory into Qasem Island, possibly. That could be it as well, but I'm a little bit sketchy about that one. The UAE's been very hesitant to attack Iran. So I'm going to say I think maybe it was just more sabotage operations, but at this point it could be anything because we just simply don't know yet. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that, in my opinion, I would have to be within the unsure and undecided. We're just not getting enough proof or evidence at this point to be able to direct any sort of official confirmation that airstrikes as being a factual claim. So I would have to say that we're just a little bit unsure. It could be Mossad operatives, it could be the CIA, it could be the U.S. Air Force, the Navy, could be drone strikes by the UAE, it could be anybody at this point, or it could be nothing. It could just be those random gas pipe explosions that just happen, weirdly enough, right around strategic targets right before they get blown up at some point. So I don't really know what they are, but it is quite interesting and very interesting to observe, to say the least, that all of these reports of explosions are happening around Iranian or IRGC naval facilities in the Gulf of Oman and in the Strait of HORMUZ, which is a very interesting trend amongst all three of them. But outside of that, we can't really get any further into details because there's very little given, rather than the fact that there were sounds of explosions in the area, and that was it. But moving us on out of this poll and also out of that situation within the Strait, we've also been able to see that earlier in the day, 2 U.S. tankers that were flying over the area of the Persian Gulf, it actually squawked a 7700, which is a general emergency, over the Strait of Hormuz, and this was in the midst of an ongoing rocket and missile attack against the United Arab Emirates by the Iranians. We have actually been able to hear from those much more credible sources in the mainstream media that the U.S. government told them that this was untrue. This just never happened. Although they were literally squawking. Huh?
Gotta love it, right? That mainstream media with those follow-up questions, actually non-existent follow-up questions. Let me correct that.
Yeah, I gotta say, I really found that one interesting there, because they were literally on ADS-B transponder on Flight Radar 24 and were picked up giving out a general distress signal and returning back to their airfield. 2 of them, actually. So we don't know what was up with this one, but I got to say, folks, the lapdogs out there in mainstream media who take things at face value and literally cannot even lift their fingers to do a little bit of research, like looking at Flight Radar 24, are quite humorous to me, because if you listen to them, you're going to be listening to an entirely different story of what's actually happening. As far as what these general distress signals were given for, we don't know at the moment. The aircraft did return to their airfield successfully, from what we could tell, or to an airfield within the area, and did land, so we do know that they returned safely, but we don't know if they received any damage or if they were attempted to be fired upon by some form of Iranian air defense near to the coastline, which would be highly unlikely considering that Iranian air defenses have proven to be quite ineffective against most aircraft over their country. Once again, to remind everyone here, the U.S. conducted, along with Israel, thousands of sorties over Iran over about the month and a half that we were fighting them actively, and out of that entire incident, one F-35 got clipped by a manpad, one F-18 got clipped by a manpad, an F-15E got shot down, and an A-10 got shot down. So we lost 2 aircraft, and then we had 2 have near misses. So out of thousands of sorties, we're statistically saying that a chance of the Iranians successfully firing at and shooting down a U.S. aircraft is statistically next to impossible. It's like a 0.01 or a 0.001% chance of the Iranians being able to successfully fire upon and shoot down any U.S. aircraft, especially one over the Persian Gulf, which would be towards the outer ranges of even their best air defense systems, which they still have left inside of their country. Outside of that, though, a lot of people are talking about what they think happened that led to 2 KC-135s, both of them basically in the same area, squawking a 7700 and returning to a U.S. airbase somewhere within the area. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that right now, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so the big mystery of the day. Why did the 2 U.S. Air Force tanker aircraft simultaneously declare emergency near the Iranian coast? Also, get this, right after the missile attack took place on the UAE. And also, these tanker aircraft were generally in the vicinity of the 2 U.S. destroyers that were lurking off the coast of the UAE. So, a lot of strange coincidences here happening all at once. So, what do you think was the case? 56% said it sounds like Iran attacked those tanker aircraft, while 22% said it sounds like malfunctions, and 11% said it sounds like maybe a glitch or jamming or something like that that could be explained by technical difficulty. And I think that for 2 of these aircraft to have malfunctions simultaneously, exact same time like this, while there's also an ongoing attack on the UAE, sounds a little bit strange, I will admit. I'm not a big believer in coincidences like that. Usually there's a reason behind it. So I personally am leaning toward the idea. I don't fully confidently believe it yet, but I'm leaning toward the idea that Iran might have attacked either one or both of those tankers, and it could have been possibly going back to base because they might have been struck by some projectile. That could be a part of the reason, but so far, the U.S. has denied to comment on this. A mainstream reporter apparently spoke to U.S. officials about it, but here's the catch, though. The U.S. said, that is false. And the reporter said, they said it's false, guys, and they didn't ask any follow-up questions. And I don't think that's a good reporter. If you're not asking follow-up questions, you probably should go back and ask, is it true? Is this not true about the emergency? 7700 is a general emergency when you squawk that code. So what did that mean, U.S. officials? But apparently the reporter didn't want to ask a follow-up question, so we'll never know. So I'm going to be with a 56%. I think Iran attacked those planes right there. And until we get more details or until a reporter wants to do their job properly, we won't know. But Enforcer, what say you?
Really quickly, I want to look at something here and see if I can find some information on it. Let me take a look here really quickly. Yep, there it is. Just in case, folks, because, this is a screenshot. Some people might be saying, oh, well, Enforcer, you can't believe everything you see on the internet. Someone could have fibbed this thing, and just, heavily doctored the image to make it look like that. Well, I just found tail number 623578 on Flight Radar 24. There's its flight path, and it literally is a perfect match to the tail number and the aircraft, and also where it was over the day. And if we skip forward to this point, right after it was conducting its orbits, right here, let's see here. Would it show that it declared...
I got a screenshot of it, man. I got a screenshot of it on my computer. I took the proof because I saw that reporter saying that this is false. I went back and did the replay on Flight Radar like you're doing right here, and I got a screenshot of it squawking 7700 at the exact time when the reports came out.
Okay, good. So we actually do have full confirmation of it, including this image here that was put on Twitter by Phytux. We can also go and pull up the tail number and literally see it squawking a 7700 as well right here. So this thing did declare a distress, along with the other KC-135 that we were able to see as well. So this did happen. Like, you know, regardless of, and also, folks, this is the reason why I got to kind of get up on a soapbox here and say, this is why we are not able to trust the U.S. government statements on hardly anything at this point, is that they're lying about everything. They lied about all of our bases in the Middle East because we now found out that Camp Bufering was directly attacked by an Iranian F-5, which they just completely lied about that not ever happening until there was undeniable proof that it did happen. They also lied about our ability to defend against drones, as we clearly saw that they posed a major threat. They have lied about how the operations are going around the Strait of Hormuz. And they have now lied about this aircraft squawking a general distress today. And instead of stating something like, it's no big deal, it was just engine trouble, they literally just flat out lied and said that never even happened, when you could literally see it happen on publicly available ADS-B transponder data. That's why, unfortunately, folks, while I would love to be able to say that the U.S. military is, or the U.S. government at large, is a trustable source for news coverage at this point, and we could take their statements at face value, we've had to amend the rule because of so much blatant lying that we now can't take U.S. government statements at face value because they just say whatever, and most of the time it's not even true.
Yeah, me personally, I'm always of the motto trust but verify. I do that with everything. There's only a few exceptions to that. With the Russians, I generally lean on the side of don't trust but always verify. But with the U.S. statements, initially I'll take it at face value, but I always do double checking into it, especially these days. I'll always double check it because if you go back, there's a couple of posts that was made by officials that suggested that no planes were shot down, but then we later found out that Iran had shot down a plane over the Middle East. So there's been a lot of covering up going on left and right, and it's really a shame too because we used to take CENTCOM statements and all these other statements at face value, but now we're having to double check all of them because half of them are true and then some of them aren't true at the same time, which is kind of unfortunate because we'd like to be able to take our own government statements at face value, but these days though, it's kind of reckless to do that.
Yeah, it is pretty reckless to do it. I mean, you could have done that, folks, years ago, like in the Gulf War or in the invasion of Iraq or Afghanistan, with how the actual war was going. They would generally be they were very transparent about those wars when they were happening. Nowadays, though, you can hardly take their statements at face value at all, especially in this current war, because I would say at this point they're running about a 70% chance that any statement that they make is basically untrue and can easily be debunked and unverified as a infactual statement or a flat-out lie. And that's why yesterday when we were talking about what CENTCOM said, like they cleared out the minefield or a path through it, I had to say, we can't really believe that because they're giving us so many flat out lies that we can confirm that are lies. We can't trust anything at face value anymore unless we have some other form of verification to prove that the statement is true. So now at this point, the U.S. government and the military, sadly on this channel for reporting purposes, falls under the category of most every other news story that we have, to where we have to have picture or video evidence to be able to confirm what they're saying, because otherwise it might be completely untrue, which is a real tragedy to say that we can't even trust the U.S. government, which is charged with the responsibility of carrying out this war and also ensuring the safekeeping of our armed forces as best they can and the citizenry while the war is ongoing, which is not really a great thing to have to say. In the meantime, though, the CENTCOM commander did come out today and stated that the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General King, came out today and stated that there are 22,500 sailors on more than 1,550 ships stuck in the Arabian Gulf because of Iran. So I'm glad to know that we understand the severity of the crisis just on that end, because hopefully we'll be able to eventually come up with a unified plan and just execute on it until we see some form of success. Who knows when that'll happen, but hopefully it'll happen eventually. In the meantime, while the Strait of Hormuz is in the limbo land that it is, we've also been able to hear, over here in the United States of America, something very concerning from an Exxon executive today. According to the Chevron CEO, for some reason I called it Exxon, but the Chevron CEO said today that physical shortages in oil supply is going to begin appearing. Well, it looks like that was an accurate analysis as well on the channel. We said that if a blockade continues for a couple of months with Iran, probably going to be highly likely that physical or oil shortages will begin to appear, and there's really no way to avoid that.
Yeah, well, it's not that big of a deal. You know, we have the strategic oil reserve, which is always a backup for the United States. So if we get in a bad situation or something like that, we can always pull on the strategic oil reserve to fill that gap. But wait a minute.
That's being
Isn't there
drained
like
by
a
the
whole bunch of ships
Europeans.
pulling up to the? Isn't there a whole bunch of ships pulling up to the coast to drain it dry? What am I? Did I forget something?
Yeah, we have about like 300 million barrels right now in the strategic oil reserve, and there's about enough. There's so many ships coming to the United States that all of them could load up with about 100 million barrels of oil in total. So they're about to whack off about a third of the oil supply that we have in the strategic oil reserve in a couple of weeks.
Oh, yeah, that seems a little bit questionable right there. Also, folks, I'm sorry for sounding negative about all this stuff right here because I'm even recognizing myself. I'm like, dang, I wish I had something good to say here, but unfortunately, it's all sounding kind of negative. But these are bad decisions. Like, these are objectively bad decisions. I'm being sarcastic to make my point a little bit more emphasized with this. It's unwise to empty the strategic oil reserves right now by selling the oil off to foreign countries, pulling up their massive tankers to the Gulf Coast right now and selling off the oil. That's not smart. We need that oil in the reserve. The reason why we have the reserve is so that way, if the U.S. falls into a bad situation, we have an oil shortage, we can pull on the reserve to help the U.S. citizens, us, the taxpayer that is funding the strategic reserve. It can be there for us, not for people overseas that are going to be using and buying the oil. That's not the point of the reserve. So that's why we shouldn't be draining it.
Also, by the way, I just got to ask the important question here. What happens if the strategic oil reserve becomes depleted in a couple of months, which at this rate it certainly will, and then, say, for example, a war starts with Russia or China that we're forced to fight? How in the world does the military fight that war without us having a strategic oil reserve for them to even be able to work off of to have fuel to fight with?
Yeah, I mean, all these things right here are stuff that should be being thought out right now. They should be thinking all this stuff out. I mean, this doesn't even require deep thought, people. I mean, this is something I'm sure that probably at least 60% of the people in the chat or more would see this, would just plain sight. They would see this problem on the horizon. You don't have to be a genius to see this type of stuff. So it makes you wonder. It's like, is there literally zero conversations being had about this? Because this is so obvious. You wouldn't go like start depleting the reserve. I mean, it's so many bad decisions in a row. It's like, is this intentional at this point? I don't get it. It seems really, really stupid.
And also, I see a lot of people saying, well, they would use civilian oil. Well, you know, the strategic oil reserve is civilian oil, right? You know that, don't you? And you also know that the U.S. doesn't produce as much crude oil as it consumes every day, right? Like, I hope people know that, because people can say every day that the U.S. is a net exporter of fossil fuels, but the bullshit claim in that statement is that makes it sound like we produce more oil than we consume. We produce 13.5 million barrels of crude oil in this country every day. That is the largest amount that we've produced year over year. And we consume that much oil in just driving our cars to work and back every day. That's not to include the commercial side of things or the industrial side of things and everything else that we use oil for in this country. When you add all of that together, the U.S. consumes about 20 million barrels of crude oil a day, and we only produce 13 and a half. Where the number comes out that we're a quote-unquote net exporter is because we're the largest producer of liquefied natural gas in the world, which by the definitions that qualify liquid fossil fuels, liquefied natural gas technically falls in the category of the broader oil statistic, and that's why they say we produce more than we consume, but America doesn't produce anywhere close to that amount of liquefied natural gas, and you can't put liquefied natural gas in your car to be able to drive to work and back, or to create plastic or anything else. So that's a huge problem, is that we aren't a net exporter of crude oil. We're actually a net importer because we consume more than we produce every day. And everybody else in the Western world is a net importer, not a net exporter for the larger part. The only countries that are in the Western sphere net oil exporters are the Middle Eastern ones. And right now, there's no way for most of them to be able to get the oil out, and we're still not finding a way for them to get the oil out. So right now, we are seeing, like the Chevron CEO said today, that physical fuel shortages are about to be coming into place here soon in this country and in the world, and yet we still have no idea on how we're actually going to open the strait or get tankers through to be able to get the oil to the outside world. It's
Also,
like,
by the way, Also, by the way, real quick, because I see people saying this right here, with Venezuela, I'll admit I sadly haven't had time to do research into it. I probably should, though. After the stream's over tonight, I'll have to do some research into this. But with Venezuela, because everybody keeps bringing that up, they keep saying, well, maybe the U.S., seized Venezuela before starting the Iran war because they knew that the situation was coming around, which has given them a lot of credit, by the way. And they maybe saw this coming, and they wanted to have the oil reserves in Venezuela to be able to tap into to fill the gap. But here's the catch, though. How much oil are we currently importing from Venezuela? And are we even able to properly refine that oil? Because, of course, it's the, the sour crude or whatever. It's like the really dirty kind or whatever. You have to have like a whole bunch of refining that goes into it that's extra on top of normal crude oil. So how much of that is usable for us? Is it actually a stopgap measure to solve the oil problem?
100% of it's usable. All Gulf refineries near to the Gulf of Mexico on our coastline were originally constructed to be able to refine sour crude from places like Venezuela. So they're actually able to handle it and refine it without any issue. But the problem is that we run back into the mathematical problem that, some people have huge computational issues with, is that the Middle East produce, I'm going to take a moment on air. Oil production by country, because I have to do this because I need to get the exact number from the Middle East. So let's go here really quickly and do the math. So Matthew, whip out a calculator really quickly, and we're just going to do whole numbers, so I'll round up and down a little bit, but this is going to give us a rough estimate of what the Middle East as a block produces in oil every day. So
all right,
add these numbers together. 9,940.
All right.
4,391.
And just keep going. I'll just keep adding it.
4,050. 2,640. 1,322. 1,023. And let me see here if there's any others that are significant producers. No, not really. So add all those numbers together and tell me what the answer is.
So that's 23,000 roughly, and that's 1,000 barrels a day.
Say what?
Yeah, well, you see the little thing at the top, right? It's 1,000 barrels a day.
Well, actually, these numbers are like annotated in like thousands. So that would be like 9.9 million barrels a day per country.
Right.
So what was the 1,000 number again?
Well, the number, I did the translation. It's 23,366,000.
Okay, so 2,366,000 barrels of oil a day. That's the number?
123 million.
Man, sorry, I'm sorry. Your microphone.
Man, math on the air is a mistake. Math on the air is a mistake. Math on the air is a big mistake. 23 million.
Okay, so 23 million. So 23 million barrels of oil a day. And people are saying that the U.S. was a strategic genius by replacing 23 million barrels of oil a day in production, slashing all of that, and then replacing it with 1 million barrels of oil a day in production. That's where the problem comes in. That's not a stopgap. That's hardly like if we were to do that as a percentage of Middle Eastern oil production, that is equivalent to just Oman. So if we wiped off the face of the earth tomorrow, Iraq, Kuwait, Qatar, the UAE, and Saudi Arabia, and Oman was the only country left in the Middle East, that would be the equivalent of production that Venezuela provides that the Middle East provides even more than if we delete all of the other countries. So that's why Venezuela is not a stopgap, because for a stopgap or a replacement inherently requires that whatever we're switching something out with, it's equal in value. And 1 million barrels of oil a day is not equal in value to 23 million barrels of oil a day. There's just like that just doesn't make any sense. If you said I have 23 apples and I can throw all of those away and get one, and I've actually got the same number of apples, a lot of people would most likely put you in a psychological or a psychiatric facility because clearly you've snapped mentally. And I'm not saying that to insult anybody. I'm just saying that would be such an asinine and insane thing to even suggest that 1 million barrels is equivalent to 23 million, and therefore everything's fine and we've completely mitigated the fallout. Because clearly we're 23 million barrels short, and with Venezuela, we're now 22 million barrels short. That's nowhere close to fixing the gap.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it is really. And I was assuming that was the case. I was assuming that Venezuela would not fill the gap. It might be a small, help, of course. It might be a small help for the United States, but it's not going to be a replacement by any means. And we don't really know how much we're actually importing right now. I'll have to do research on that off the air. We don't know how much we're actually importing. It could be less than we think. So whatever the case is, though, it's not going to mitigate the problem. That's the end result right there. It's not going to mitigate the crisis. It is what it is.
Also, by the way, to put this in another perspective, because right now, the world over, the world produces about roughly somewhere around 95 to 100 million barrels of oil a day. The Middle East and all of those oil producers produce 1 in every 4 barrels of oil that's produced in the globe every day. Clearly that's a huge shortage. Like there's no other way to get around that. That's a huge shortage and it's a huge issue, and there's no way of just saying, well, pie in the sky, this is no big deal to us, let's just walk away. It's already becoming a big deal. The Chevron CEO just said it's about to become a physical shortage kind of a big deal, not just something we can walk away from and ignore, because before you know it, you won't be able to ignore the exorbitantly high price of everything and the fact that you have to wait for your license plate number to be called up to be able to go to the gas pump to get gas, because now it's being rationed nationwide, and basically most of the economy is going into a recession at that point. It becomes really hard to ignore that whole sort of a deal once it gets to that, and it's going to be getting to that if we don't get our act together and do something about it on the Strait of Hormuz. Like I'm not saying, folks, that it's all over and it's all just wash and it's the apocalypse. What we're saying on this channel is that the U.S. government has to get its shit together and do something to reopen the strait. That's all they have to do. They're not doing that. That's all they have to fix. If they were somehow able to open the strait, which they can and they should, then this whole situation would blow over. There would be some damage and there would be some pains, but it wouldn't end up becoming an apocalyptic economic scenario like we're starting to watch unfold right now. Is that too hard to ask? Is that anti-American to ask for the U.S. government to actually look out for the interests of the citizenry and the republic and actually do what it must do, what its duty is to defend the nation and its best interest? Is that too hard to ask? I'd say not, but apparently to some people it is. Apparently, according to the government, it is. But moving us on out of that, we do have other news that's been occurring within the region as well. There was a 4.7 earthquake within central Iran today. Doesn't really appear to be that big of a deal. It didn't look like it was a nuclear test. It was actually pretty far underground. And we also were able to see that some fires did break out in western Tehran today as well. These 2 fires to be specific.
That's at their shopping center in western Tehran right there. That's a very big center.
It is. It's quite a big center. It's kind of like a mall. Here's another clip of it. That's the end of the clip right there. And we also were able to see that additionally, the Iranians have added insult to injury, as the Iranian Joint Military Command said today that it hasn't carried out any attacks against the United Arab Emirates in recent days. This GIF is very descriptive of how I was looking, man, when I read that. I was like, that is BS. They have been conducting attacks on the UAE, and they're conducting them right now. So that's a flat-out lie by the Iranians. Also, the Iranians have additionally stated today, according to the Iranian President Pezeshkian, that the American demands are impossible and unreachable. So it does seem that at the moment, the Iranians are making it incredibly clear they're still not negotiating with the United States, and they're still hardlining at this moment for the U.S. to be forced to meet their demands. One last piece of news before we move out of this region, because I want to make sure to get to all of this before we move on, is that inside of southern Lebanon, we finally saw that the Israelis used some form of an FPV drone today on Hezbollah fighters inside of southern Lebanon, and this is the first recorded and documented instance of the IDF using any form of an FPV drone against the Hezbollah forces within southern Lebanon. But with all of that in mind, it is time for us folks to finally move on out of the Middle East and on into the rest of the news that we have from around the world, particularly within the United States and also within Europe. But before we get to that, I do have to thank you all so much once again for watching tonight. It is an absolute honor and a pleasure to be able to cover this news for each and every single one of y'all. The news isn't great today, that I can admit, but we're always honored to be able to be the ones who get to tell you all the news and also give the analysis of what's happening today and what's going to be happening in the next several days. I also got to say that it's unbelievable to see that at the peak tonight, there were 18.7 thousand people here, and over the course of the stream, in just an hour and 25 minutes, 104,000 people have watched the channel. I've got to thank you all so much once again for giving y'all's time and watching this news, and I hope that we've been able to give y'all a little bit of a better understanding of what's going on today, the current challenges and issues that the United States faces, and hopefully some ways that the United States might be able to get its act together and try and fix the situation that we found ourselves in right now. Before we move on into the rest of this news, though, that we have inside of Ukraine and also the United States, I want to make sure to get 3 questions from the chat. So, Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so our first super chat here goes to none other than Nick Hines. And thank you very much, Nick, for that $100 support. We do appreciate that very, very much. And Nick said LSA is the Orb's favorite channel, and if a leader is confused, the country shows it. And do you think at the rate of the situation in the Strait being concluded that the Middle East will consider relying on different allies, and will Europe and other countries be forced to open it?
I would have to say a huge thanks to you for the support, by the way, Nick. But to get to your question there, I would actually say that most likely, yes, this will end up being the case. Generally, with how foreign policy works, showing any signs of weakness, indecisiveness, or cowardice doesn't really pan out too well as far as having an alliance, especially when you're at the head of it. You can actually afford to be somewhat weak and indecisive and cowardly to an extent if you are a minor member of a larger sphere of influence. But with the United States being the head of the Western sphere, and therefore the protectorate, basically, of all of our allies around the world, or largely assuming that role by default, that means that any countries that are smaller than us, that are a part of a mutual arrangement with the United States, if they sense weakness, they're going to try and hop up and run to someone who's going to be a lot more reliable and steady. And the Chinese right now would probably be the only other sphere that the Arabian nations would see as reliable or steady. Because the Chinese right now, in foreign policy and also in their rhetoric, look a lot more unified, a lot more long-term in thinking, and also appear to be much more decisive than the United States whenever it comes to making a judgment call or a decision. Also, they look to be more stable as a partner, because instead of having to be scared of, Xi Jinping waking up one morning and shitting on your whole nation and government, the Chinese foreign ministry plays everything very low-key, most like any other country in foreign policy. So for that reason, the Arabian nations may see that after this conflict, they might actually want to pick up and start shifting their alliances or interests more towards the Chinese than the United States, because they're looking for the more reliable big partner to be with that would provide them the security under which they can prosper. And right now, the United States looks to be kind of throwing that away at the moment, and also doesn't really appear to have any clear, brave, or decisive plan on how they're going to keep security in the Middle East and also allow for those countries to prosper. As far as Europe is concerned, however, Europe does militarily have the capability of reopening the Strait of Hormuz, but that is more so a question of follow-through. And I hate to say it, because this is kind of a bit of a stereotype in the modern day and kind of a punchline for European governments, but a lot of European governments are fairly indecisive and also quite cowardly, if we were to describe them, similar to the U.S. government currently as well in their own extent, because they aren't, a lot of them are very scared to even face the fact that they're going to have to go to war with Russia at some point in the future, and that appears to be just a fact of life. A lot of them seem to be very scared to confront that, which is an imminent threat to their very existence as nation states, so it would be very hard for them to justify any kind of offensive action to force open the Strait of Hormuz, and by the time they made that decision, it might generally be a little bit too late for them, and materially, they might be completely depleted of oil. Because unlike the United States, where the hemorrhage would be bad, but it would be a lot slower than Europe's hemorrhage of oil resources is critical. They basically have no natural oil fields of their own outside of Norway and the North Sea and British waters, and for that reason, they have to import most all the oil that they use and most all of the liquefied natural gas that they use as well. So they don't really have the kind of luxury in terms of time that the US would have, which is a couple of months. Europe has about a month, maybe a month and a half before they start running out of oil so badly that most everything, possibly even military actions, might be difficult for them to conduct. So I hope that does address it the best I can, Nick. And also I got to say a huge thanks to you for the incredible support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running, and we wouldn't be able to answer great questions like that. So humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our second super chat goes to Give Up Now. And thank you very much, Give Up Now, for that $100 support as well. And we do appreciate that very, very much. Also very generous. They said a drive-by, and we'll listen later. And LSA times 4, and Spike sends regards.
And we thank Spike for sending his regards. We love Spike. Spike's great. And I got to say, a big thanks to you for support. And I got to say, I never heard of an in-chat drive-by. But that is news. Like, that is new, and that is news. And I got to thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I hope that you enjoy when you listen later. I hate to say it, but the news today isn't really the greatest, but I hope that we were able to present it in a pretty concise way and also get out some good analysis about it as well and what's going to be happening in the future and hopefully how the U.S. can continue to avoid the crisis that it's found itself in. But a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well, Give Up Now. And with that, we are on to the last question of this segment, and then we're going to be moving on into the rest of the news.
All right, so the last one is going to go to Carlos Santiago, and thank you very much, Carlos, for that $50 support right there. Also very generous of you, and we do appreciate that very, very much. And I do not think there was a comment attached. I was going back to double check, and there is not one. But thank you very much, Carlos, for helping to get the channel running with that support, because that's what the super chats do. They keep us literally afloat on the channel, so we do appreciate that. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I gotta thank you so much for the support, Carlos Santiago. You didn't throw in a comment, but the support is greatly appreciative. It helps us to stay on air, helps us to keep our lights on and pay bills, helps us to continue to work in this channel every day. It's quite a it's not much, but it's honest work. I was trying to think of the phrase from the meme there. And I gotta thank you so much for helping this channel to keep on running, because we run no ads or sponsors on our live streams. Our channel is largely crowd-funded, as a matter of fact, through our Patreon supporters and our super chatters here on the live stream. And I gotta give a humongous thanks to everybody who goes out of their way to support this channel, because nobody has to. Yet people step up every day to support the channel and help us to keep this kind of crowd-funded news coverage live on air every single day of the week, if necessary, for 1,533 days straight. So humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, it is now time for us to move on into the rest of our news for the night. One last thing that I do have to mention, I didn't put this bulletin down on the map, but a little bit of an important thing for y'all to know. The Iranian delegation with the Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi is currently on their way to the People's Republic of China at this moment to have a meeting with the Chinese Foreign Ministry and the interior of the Chinese government to be able to try and figure out, most likely, if the Chinese would be willing to financially or militarily support the Islamic Republic of Iran in their current attempt to be able to blockade the Strait of Hormuz and also keep up pressure on the United States. So Iran is currently making a world tour at the moment right now to try and rally as much support from the other Axis powers that they can to be able to try and continue their tyranny in the Strait. But moving us on out of that news as our last bit of Middle Eastern news for the day, we did get to hear that the United States Southcom Area of Responsibility did blow up another boat today. This is a frame from the boat being blown up. So there you have it. They're still blowing up boats within that area. We have also been able to see, moving us on and into Europe, that Austria, a neutral country by design, has actually taken a fairly non-neutral action today. According to information that we have gotten from Spiegel Ausland, the Austrian government, which is called the Österreich, has... Hey, man, like, it's what they're called. Like, it's...
I mean, fair. If that's the name, that's the name. I mean, we got to go by the terminology. You know what they say.
Oh, man, bro, that epic rap battles of history song. I am That's Kroner, commander of the Österreich, man. It's like, hey, yo, it's like, but anyways, beyond that, they expelled some Russian diplomats today from the country because they're concerned about them conducting espionage. To give you all the breakdown over here on the side, which was so graciously given to us by Sean Penner, he stated that Austria has ordered the Russian embassy staff to leave the country amid espionage suspicions. The Russian ambassador was summoned to the Austrian Foreign Ministry following concerns over surveillance equipment reportedly installed on embassy rooftops in Vienna, including a diplomatic compound in the Donaustadt district. According to Austria's diplomatic intelligence service, the equipment is believed to have the capability to intercept satellite communications used by international organizations. And also, by the way, to show the building that the spy equipment was put on top of, it's this one right here. Look at all the
Holy
spy
moly.
equipment up
What
there.
the?
Oh my god!
Wait a minute. What is this? What is this building right here again? What is it?
It's the Donnerstadt.
And is this like the dorms or something for the embassy, or like what is it?
I don't know, actually. It looks like an old Nazi flag tower, like they built the ladder into World War II, repurposed into an office building. I really don't know what this thing is, actually. Like, I don't know what the bones of the building is, but it literally looks like a flag tower. Like, it even... Maybe it is. Let me go pull this up here really quickly.
And this is where the Russians were staying?
Yeah, apparently. You know... Put them in the old flak tower. I mean, they got it going on. Let's see here. So I see where it is. Let me go on Google Maps here. Maybe we can go and find it. Sorry, everyone. I just zoom in on Kiev. So the Donnerstadt is somewhere over here. And I'm pretty sure that this building is going to be easily identifiable. Let's see if we can find any landmarks nearby. So it's in something of a neighborhood area. Probably close to the river, if I had to take a guess. So I want to look here first. Maybe we'll find
they're trying to pick up they're trying to pick up channels that are like the ones on the secret menu with all those dishes. Like, I'm not sure what they're trying to pick up. Like, they're picking up channels that we never even heard of on the TV, apparently.
Bro, they picking up those super secret channels. Like, they picking up those military ones. Where in the hell is this building? I'm trying to find it, folks, and all the major like compounds nearby just don't have this thing in it. There's a factory of some sort right there, but I'm trying to find this thing. It is down in this area, but I'm having a very hard time finding it at the moment. So let me see. Let's see.
Probably doesn't matter. We see it here in the picture, at least.
I mean, we see it there. It looks like a flag tower. It might be a flag tower. Highly unlikely, though, but really a weird design. I've never seen a building like that, really. But anyways, moving on out of that, it does appear that the Austrians are getting fairly concerned about the Russians being around in the hood. But moving us on out of that, it's time for us to get on into Ukraine. In the midst of the night, the Ukrainian armed forces conducted a drone attack on the entirety of the Russian Federation as usual, and they were able to land some significant hits. But nothing screams significant like what I'm about to show y'all here. And let me go pull this up. May 9th nighttime rehearsal. So I can show y'all some pictures here. Before the May 9th Victory Day parade happens, there are rehearsals that are conducted in Moscow. And these rehearsals are dress rehearsals of the actual parade. So it includes all of the vehicles, all of the infantry, and they all mass in formation on the Red Square and whatnot, and they conduct the parade. And they make sure to iron out any kinks that show up before the parade to make sure that it's perfect. This usually happens a couple of days out before the parade, and then it happens almost every single night, except for the very last night before the parade itself, to make sure that everything's in order and everything's in place. To give y'all a little bit of an idea of what this looks like, I'm trying to see if I can find y'all any pictures of this, and it looks like I can find a video here. So I'll show y'all a little bit of it. So this is what it is. It's literally just a dress rehearsal of the parade at night. I have to make this very clear, folks, because a lot of people are going to be wondering what's going on in this next clip. So the parade dress rehearsal did happen last night, and apparently in the middle of it, the drone raid came in, and it started to go through the air defense perimeter. So the Russian commanders in charge of the parade freaked out and literally had everybody running off of the Red Square and wherever they could go to try and find some cover. So here's the clip of that happening last night in the midst of the Ukrainian drones making their way back through the Moscow air defense perimeter again. There they are. And you see they're starting to break formation, and now they're starting to run.
Oh, geez. They can barely run. They're out of shape. Damn, sounds like a stampede.
Man. Man, so...
That's crazy. Man, did they not do PT? Like, well, why'd they act like... They're running like it's like... They're running like in slow motion. They're running so slow.
Man, honestly, man, I gotta say... They're pretty damn bad off. I mean, like, as far as physical fitness, not really doing that well. And also, here at the end of the video, man, I think nutritionally in Russia, they're having some issues. This man is bow-legged.
I mean, also, yeah. I mean, this dude's legs are either huge or they're stuffing like like teddy bear stuffing into the pants of these things right here. This dude's got like some pretty stuffed pants.
Bro, this guy was
Plot twist. He just took a dump.
Man, this guy's shitting bricks, literally. That's why it looks like that. Oh man, but let's take a look at the brave heroes of the Rosyjskiej Federacji. Let's see, what would they be called? Это Grod Россия. Let's watch them running from the square again. Oh man. So the prep was called short that night.
Look at him go. My
Oh,
goodness,
man.
that's crazy.
I gotta tell you, that kind of stuff is wild right there to watch. They got the whole Russian army, which is about 9,000 strong at this point, that's doing that dress rehearsal, running for their lives because a Ukrainian drone just started to make it through the air defense perimeter. What a treat. What a treat to watch that in real time. Also, by the way, in the midst of all this, the flights to Moscow were also restricted because of the incoming drone attack, because it was making it well into the air defense perimeter by that point, once again posing a significant risk to landing flights and also the preparations for the military parade. On the other hand, though, right after the Ukrainians did this one, the Ukrainians then announced, really cheeky-like, that the unilateral ceasefire is now in effect. So after they scared everybody off of Red Square and had them running for their lives, then Zelensky came out and said, okay, now our 24-hour ceasefire is in effect. Namaste. And so for the next 24 to 36 hours, the Ukrainians will not fire at the Russians or go out of their way to attack them. The Russians are obviously going to break this ceasefire because the Ukrainians have put this one out unilaterally, so the Russians are going to keep shooting and the ceasefire will fall apart within minutes, and it already did. So there you have that. So moving us on out of that whole story, we then got to see that up in Kurishi, in the Leningrad Oblast, things were not going that much better as they were in Moscow. Just north of the town of Kurishi, right here, is this giant 40,000 acre, and I'm also kidding, it's not 40,000 acre, oil refinery. If y'all know what I'm referencing that obscene 40,000 acre data center thing that they're trying to build up in Box Elder County here in Utah that's creating literal national headlines at this point because literally nobody up there wants it and the county commission just pushed it through literally against the public's wishes entirely. But outside of that, we did get to see that there was some hits that were landed on this refinery and it is on fire. Good news, everybody. Out of 4 of the distillation facilities that they had at this refinery, 3 of them were directly hit and destroyed last night by the Ukrainian attack. This is also the 3rd largest refinery within the entirety of the country in refining capacity, meaning that they just knocked out, largely destroyed as a matter of fact, the 3rd largest oil refinery in the entirety of the Russian Federation, which will be causing significant supply issues once again for the Russians. We also were able to get confirmation of that information right here. Moving us all the way down to Cheboksary on the Volga River, the story got even better. The Ukrainians really did some damage to this Veneer Progress military electronics plant, and with nothing other than a flamingo.
Whopa.
Whoppa!
Oh my God, that guy was screaming in the background. He said, ah, ah. He was going off back there in the back. Now back that up. Replay that one more time. I got to hear that.
Man.
Oh, dang, man. That guy was going off. Honestly, though, like for good reason. That's a big warhead on that thing. That's serious.
Man, honestly, man, that thing came screeching in. Listen to it. Dang! Oh
Sounds like a fighter jet.
Pretty wild to watch this kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's crazy, honestly, man. Those flamingos are scary. Like those are basically like the I'm not this isn't meant as an insult, by the way, but it's like the parts bin version of like a tomahawk, basically. It has a couple of shortcomings to a tomahawk, but it's like a clone of the thing. Like it has similar capabilities. So I mean that's a big weapon.
Man, but the Ukrainians built theirs jumbo size. This thing has like twice the warhead weight of a Tomahawk almost. And also it's just slightly less accurate. So it's like the sledgehammer variant of a Tomahawk. And you can certainly tell in the clip, it hit the place like a sledgehammer. We also got to see as well clips coming out from the morning showing what appears to be further hits within the area by Ukrainian drone forces.
Охренеть.
Well, doesn't look that good. We also are able to see here as well. And now more proof. Brilliant. Oh, open.
I wonder what it feels like to actually live in a place where, like, you know, these random mosquito sounds out of the window in the sky could actually be something deadly. Like, I wonder how that feels like to actually live in a spot like that.
Probably not great. But I can tell you on the bright side, though, it keeps the property values down. And, you know, I mean, that's, I guess, a bright side of the whole thing. But here's another clip. Oh, it sounds like the landscaping crews arrived. Well, so with quite the boom, quite the entry there. We also got a little bit of additional proof here showing that the Ukrainians did hit the veneer plant. And here it is right here. Oh, you can hear the drone coming in. Oh,
there it is.
Dang! Was that a flamingo or a drone?
This one was a drone right here.
Yeah, it was. But, I mean, the explosion was like a flamingo, though. I mean, listen to the sound on that, and also the size of the explosion. I mean, that thing's like a flamingo, basically.
Yeah, it's a serious one. Like, they put the wallop on them. I wonder why they didn't hit the main building. They hit, like, a side building.
I don't know. That's a good question, actually.
Man, those Russians, they love those aftermarket car alarms. Like that really sharp sounding one in the background. That's like a very popular like aftermarket car alarm. It seems like everybody in Russia is buying that. I can only imagine they must do like billions of sales like in those car alarms inside of Russia alone.
Probably. But man, you know, now that you brought that up about why wasn't the main building attacked, Zelensky's going, that's a surprise for later. Let them be patient. It's like, we'll hit that one soon.
Remember that we pull one card at a time. We have all of the cards. We had to wait for perfect opportunity.
Last year, someone told me that I didn't have the cards and I was playing with World War III. Now look at them. They don't have the cards, and they're risking World War III. The irony. But anyways, moving us on out of this news in Cheboksary, which is incredibly good to see, along with a hit on the refinery up in the Leningrad region, a lot of people are currently talking at this moment right now about Ukraine hitting that refinery up there in Kryvyi, which has knocked out 7% of Russia's refining capacity in one fell swoop. And Matthew, what are people thinking about this right now, and what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so this was actually the longest range Flamingo missile strike that we've actually seen during the entirety of the 4+ year war. So today was kind of a milestone for Ukraine with that. It went over 900 kilometers, the longest range Flamingo strike today. So that's a record. Also, apparently in the Kryvyi strike at the oil refinery inside of Russia, that accounts for about 7% of Russia's total oil refining capacity just simply gone, or at least temporarily gone, probably for quite some time in just one day. So that's a big meal for one sitting for the Ukrainian forces. And I must say, they must have a high metabolism because they're out there chomping at the bits inside of Russia right now. They're very hungry. They're like the good type of termites. They go inside of Russia and they chew the whole structure down, apparently. But what are your thoughts? 47% said Russia is probably hurting quite badly. It's sort of hard to absorb a 7% loss of a refining capability. 32% said it's kind of a slow, gradual spiral down. It's not an immediate, but it is a spiral. 18% said Russia will survive just fine. And I'm with the 32%. I think it's a slow, gradual spiral down. And I saw some people in the video today on my comment section. They were saying, well, unfortunately, Matt, you've been saying that for years. But, it's not like ordering Uber Eats, by the way. Like, this is something that takes a lot more, complexities to it. It takes multiple years for a country to come crashing down like the Ukrainians are trying to do on the Russian Federation. It takes multiple years. And also, you have to factor in the external aspect, too. China is helping out Russia. Many people want to deny that, but they are helping out. They're also helping out Iran. I mean, the Iranians literally are flying to Beijing to meet with the Chinese to get more help. So Putin does the same thing. He goes and begs Xi Jinping occasionally as well. He'll go on the begging tour, kind of like all these countries do. They all like gang up together and they start begging from each other. It's like a big like cluster. But I would say it's a slow, gradual spiral down. I'm with the 32%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I didn't say that it's a slow, gradual spiral down, but these continued strikes of these types continue that gradual spiral downwards and make sure that the Russian Federation never completely recovers from the situation that they find themselves in right now. That's generally more so the reasoning for the attacks, is that they're able to deny the Russians from keeping their refineries operational, because everybody knows that eventually the Russians will repair these and bring them back online. But with each round of attacks that the Ukrainians conduct like this, they keep more of the refining capacity out of order for a longer amount of time, and they also make sure that, once again, like we've been saying for a while, that they are never able to see that domestic gas prices are cheap, or that they're able to export enough oil to actually turn a profit nationwide. And for those reasons, that's why the Ukrainians are seeing that slowly, year after year, the Russian Federation's economy is being destroyed pretty much by the Ukrainians and starting to crumble from the inside out. So that's generally the reason why these attacks are important and beneficial. And also, on top of that, that's why we are not seeing that the Russians have collapsed yet. The Russians are hurting very badly. That's definitely certain, because of their internal economic situation, and even Russian economists at this point are saying that it's dire, and if nothing changes, the Russians will collapse. But it still takes time, and that's something that we've also been saying similarly with the United States blockade on Iran. That's never going to succeed in the time frame that we need. Those sorts of economic impacts take years to actually coalesce in any way that's truly devastating, and that's why quicker action would have to be taken on Iran. On the other hand, though, Ukraine is fighting a war of attrition, and considering that the war is going to be going on for years and has been as a guarantee, the Ukrainians are playing the long game, which they have the luxury of playing. In the meantime, though, Matthew, I actually heard that the President of the United States was saying some really sweet things about Zelensky today, about how great the Ukrainians are and how great Zelensky is, and how well he's holding up against that war with the Russians. I actually heard, Matthew, that when the president was talking about Zelensky today, he actually had a vision last night. Matthew, did you hear about that? He had a dream about Zelensky.
Oh, well, what was that about? I didn't hear about this.
Well, he had a dream, Matthew, as I heard it, and of course I just want to say, folks, this is rumors. This is what was alleged and what I heard, but I heard that he had a dream last night, a fruition come to him, and he saw a giant card shop in front of him. He was like at a strip mall, and there was this card shop in front of him. And the president walked up to the doors. They were the biggest, most beautiful doors that he had ever seen. Some of the greatest, some of the best. And I walked inside, and I said, "What's going on, my boy?" And I saw him. Zelensky, he had all of the cards. He owned a card shop. It was beautiful.
Oh man, I thought you were about to do like a different impersonation. I was thinking, I have a dream. One day we'll all hold cards hand in hand with the Ukrainians. I thought you were going to do something like that. I thought you were going for the I have a dream speech thing.
That is fake
honestly,
news.
Though, like, it's phony. It's fake. They said it's fake, sir. Cards. We love cards. I didn't even know what cards were until we mentioned it that one time. But it does seem like Zelensky has a few more cards. It seems like I have a few more cards than anybody thought they had.
I walked in, getting back to my dream. Big thanks for the aside from Enforcer Matt. Great guy. A lot of people say he's a great guy. He has this whole cult thing going on. We're really trying to work on that one, because apparently that's how you get votes these days. Create a cult. But outside of that, though, I walked into the card shop in my dream, and I said, Zelensky, you have to help me. The Iran war is not going well, because we don't have drones, and we don't have any way to fight against them. You've got to help me. You've got the cards now. I really realize it.
Also, something they didn't tell me before I posted that meme the other day. I was holding all Uno wild cards, that means you lose in Uno. That means you've lost if you have all wild cards in your hands. So that's not a good thing to post that thing right there with all those wild cards. It's kind of like an ironic thing. It's a little bit strange the way that gets posted like that. It's a little bit weird, but you got to remember something. It's not about the post. It's about the thought. That's what it's about the thought. And we have a lot of those around here. We have a lot of those. Not too many, but kind of a little bit, depending on how you phrase it. It's a lot of thoughts, a lot of hard, deep thinking. They say, you seen that guy, Pete? He thinks he's a thinker. He's like Albert Einstein, the way he thinks. It's strange. The only thing he thinks about is, wait a minute, my Discord call is breaking up. Am I still here?
You're still here, Matthew. That's fake news. It's not breaking up. You're coming through clearer than crystal. Some say the clearest. Nobody's ever heard as clear a call. I have so many people up in their Twitter DMs. They're calling me up and they're going, Sir, I've never heard such a good Discord call in my life. It's one of the best. So keep going, Matthew. What do you got?
Always perfect calls. That's what we have here. Always perfect. I shouldn't doubt myself because I'm never wrong. I'm never wrong, people. It's got to trust in Matt. That's what they say. Trust in Matt. You can't go wrong that way, they say, sir. I'm done with this impersonation. I'm done.
So getting back to my dream, big thanks to him. He's a great guy. He does great additions here. But getting back to my dream, I had just gotten done with a meeting with the head actor on Pawn Stars, and he was a great guy. He made a speech, and summing it up, the best he could do is write on it. It was a wonderful thing. But outside of that, we then went to the wonderful dream that I had, and I saw Zelensky in the card shop, and I said, what can you do for me? And he said, well, I can do many things for you. What would you like? Magic the Gathering? A random poker card set? What would you like?
Bro,
and I said,
out, man. You wilding out. Jeez.
And I said, give me your best drones. Give me your best drones. I'm trying to just let that slide, Matthew. Let it slide. Let the tension build on it naturally. But beyond that, though, I said, give me your best cards with your beautiful hard hands. Look at him. He worked so hard for his country. Really hard, callous hands. Now, many people look at him and they admire him for that. Really great guy. Really great guy. And he gave me so many drones.
That's all I can take. I can't take anymore.
Well, anyways, I thought this was a nice little thing. I literally made this, Matthew, in the last 30 seconds, by the way, before I started talking. Like, I had this in my head as an idea. I was like, I gotta do it. I pulled up a picture of a card shop in Zelensky and put it together into one.
Well, since we're on the topic, though, let's get to what really happened, by the way. The whole thing that inspired this whole wild segment right here, by the way, this whole craziness that we just went into. The president is now sweet-talking Zelensky, by the way. Let's go ahead and get that one pulled up real quick. I'm trying to scroll down to it myself to go actually read this. But do you have it handy, by the way? Do you have it handy on the tweets?
Let me see if I can go and get it here really quickly. I don't have it posted, but let me go and just grab it here really quickly if I can find it on the Twitter.
All right, so we're going to be grabbing this post right here, but long story short, though, while we get this pulled up, the president is now sweet-talking Zelensky specifically, which is a big change, but he couldn't help, though, but bring back up the whole thing that happened in the White House. Also, by the way, I just put in the likes tab, by the way, so you can grab it from there if you want. Yeah, so let's get this pulled up, and I'll simply read the quote off that the president said here, apparently in an interview with some fellow here, sort of looking at the camera. I don't know his name, sadly, but here's what he said. He said, I'll read it in his voice. I like Zelensky's. I've always sort of gotten along with them a little bit, other than the one moment in the White House, which I thought was a little aggressive on his behalf, a little aggressive. The Ukrainians fight. It's because whether the equipment's great or less than great, they're able to fight. That's what they say. They're better than any of our NATO allies. They've held it back for a long time. So that's what he's saying today, which is completely a 360 from what we heard just, I don't know, like 2 weeks ago. He was bashing Zelensky just a couple of weeks ago, and it was pretty consistent for the most part when it comes to bashing the Ukrainians. So it sounds to me like he might have maybe been told by somebody that we don't want to make enemies too much out of Ukraine, because we kind of need to get their drones, because we kind of need that for national security. And if we don't get it, then we could be in trouble militarily, because Ukraine's a drone experts, and we're about to possibly go into a war which requires ground operations, where we need to be experts in FPV warfare, and Ukraine's the only country that we can turn to for that help. So I think somebody finally wised up and told him that, and it sounds like he might have listened. But unfortunately, what say you?
I gotta be honest with you, Zelensky was really aggressive when he came to the White House. All I tried to do was ambush him with my whole cabinet and the vice president, and for some reason he didn't take that well. Really crazy, honestly. Really absurd. I mean, the Japanese prime minister took it great when I brought up Pearl Harbor and Nagasaki, which I honestly thought would be a deal breaker, but she kind of took it well. And then Mertz, like, really kind of took it well when I kind of dissed on Germany. But beyond that, though, apparently it's Zelensky's fault for being ambushed in the Oval Office. Who would have ever thought? Crazy stuff right there. But I would have to say, in all honesty, it appears, folks, that somebody like Matthew's saying, because we were both agreeing about this before the show, has definitely told the president, Mr. President, the only people who can help us out with drones are the Ukrainians. The Russians actually hate us and want us to die. So they're basically the only people we can get help from. And then he went, well, why didn't you just say so? Let's start glazing Zelensky. So now they're going to try and glaze Zelensky. But I'll be honest with y'all, folks, if I was Zelensky, like, you know, I'm a pro-American and supportive of American interests, but I also, you know how the Ukrainians have been treated over the past year and a half. And I know what would happen here with this whole glazing thing of Zelensky. Right now, the attempt is to butter up Zelensky so that way the president can go, oh, Zelensky, with your callous hands, you're such a hard worker for your country. Could you just give us a whole bunch of drones for free or something like that? And what I would do if I was Zelensky, folks, if I was the president of Ukraine, is that I would say, of course, Mr. President, I would give you the drones, but on conditions. And I would basically make it conditional that the United States has to give Ukraine military support in military equipment and munitions for the Ukrainians to give us FPV drones. That's what I would make as the deal. And the U.S. would have to give Ukraine the weaponry first before the Ukrainians gave drones. That's what I would do if I was the president of Ukraine, because after the drones are given to the United States, I'm pretty sure it's going to be getting back to Zelensky's an idiot. So I would at least try and hedge the situation to be in everyone's mutual benefit instead of being one-sided.
Yeah, and also you got to be careful too, because you remember that mineral deal that Ukraine signed. They signed a mineral deal, and there was some, like, you know, neutral dealings like at the beginning of that, like before the deal was signed. There was kind of some pointy remarks, and then it went to kind remarks, and went back to nasty remarks. Then they finally signed the mineral deal, and then it just went all sideways after that. Like, it was nonstop Zelensky bashing, nonstop Ukraine bashing, and then a whole bunch of pro-Russian stuff happened after that. So it's like, you know, it seems like it's something that the Ukrainians ought to be careful about. But ultimately, though, whatever the case is, I will say this: Ukraine does owe us. Like, they actually do owe us. I will say that. So Ukraine's been offering to help out. So that's not the problem. It's not that Ukraine's not willing to help out. It's just the problem with the U.S. accepting the help. And it sounds like they're getting back around to it, thankfully. This is actually a good decision. They should get around to being kind to the Ukrainians so we can get their help.
Yeah, they should get around to being kind to the Ukrainians, but I'd also say, folks, that anyone who's smart in foreign policy or statesmanship would know that you don't just do something without it being a mutual arrangement, because if it's a one-way sort of an arrangement, then the Ukrainians have no hand, really, at that point, because they just gave the United States drones, and the United States could go back to basically shitting on them and being friends with Putin again, like we have been for months now. So if I was Zelensky, I would basically force the U.S. to put its money where its mouth is and say, I'll give you all of these drones. I'll give you as many drones as you want, but you're going to have to give us military equipment like the U.S. was giving us for years in actual physical support for us to be able to give these drones. And that would be the deal. Because that's really what and also the Ukrainians aren't asking for much anymore at this point, folks. I mean, what the Ukrainians are asking for are air defense interceptors, which we're kind of running a little low on. But that's really all they're asking for at this point these days. And I think that if the Ukrainians made a deal like that, that's pretty fair. Because obviously the Ukrainians are fighting a war for their own survival. Now we're basically fighting a war for our own survival. And so it'd be in everyone's mutual interest to share and be equal across the board, so that way both sides can stand to benefit from the arrangement. But moving on from this, it is time for us to get on into the rest of our news for the night, which moves us on and into the Ukrainian front lines. According to the news that came out of Kyiv, we already covered, the unilateral ceasefire is now in effect, but that basically meant nothing. The Russians kept shooting and the ceasefire fell apart immediately. Meanwhile, up in the Sumy region, the Russians did claim over the course of yesterday that the Russian army had taken the near border town of Myropilya. Myropilya is a very small Ukrainian town in the Sumy Oblast, almost right on the Russian border. I'll show it to y'all right down here. This is Myropilya, and as you can see, the village is largely intact by the last satellite imagery, which shows that it has not been touched by the scourge of war. We can actually take some look at the pictures of Myropilya. And it just looks like that, by the way. That's not war damage. That's just what it looked like before the war. I need to very much clarify that. But some people are going to be like, oh my God, the war. Like, it's like, no, that's not the war. That's just literally Miropolya. But the Russians claimed that they took this town over. Turns out they didn't. And the Ukrainians had to clearly show that today by putting out fake on every single post the Russians made where they talked about taking over Miropolya. And here, right here in this clip, you can actually see the Ukrainians still standing in Miropolya, holding the Ukrainian flag and declaring that they still control the city and are obviously going to keep controlling it.
Is that guy wearing a UN helmet on the right? Did you see that he was like wearing the blue helmet?
I just came back from Sudan, man. Don't judge me. Like,
Bro's a peacekeeper. He's in here keeping the peace.
Man, he said, let me show you that peacekeeper I got me. He pulled out a Colt 45, man. He's like, let me show you.
I'm not a mathematician, but I call this the problem solver.
You know, I'm not really good at math, but I think this pulls out like a Colt 44. This thing can subtract. Oh man, that's cold. That does look like a UN helmet though. It really does. It's like blue almost, but it doesn't have UN on it in white lettering though. So I think it's just kind of like a bluish looking helmet. But they do still control Miropolya, however, and they also geolocated that exactly in the central area of the city to once again prove that they do, and the Russians can cry about it because they still don't control a single damn town that's new, and they're actually losing ground. Moving us on into our location unknowns, we also were able to hear that there was a change in territorial control. Why, great heavens. This doesn't look good for the Russians. This is every single month from November 2025 to April of 2026, and this is the amount in square kilometers of ground that the Russians were able to take control of, and now they're losing it at 116 square kilometers a month. That doesn't sound too good. That sounds like they're losing ground. I thought the Russian army was winning, everybody. I thought that they were winning. But 4 years in, they're losing ground overall. And this is actually one of the first times that we know of in the war where at large the Russians were statistically losing ground every day, which is not good for them. Certainly not, especially with the amount of losses that they're taking. We also were able to see a picture today of a very rare Danish-provided Leopard 1A5 that is in the service of the Ukrainian Armed Forces with a humongous amount of Contact 1 ERA armor applied. We believe that this might just be used at training grounds because it doesn't appear to be equipped with any cope cages or any other sort of modern modifications to be able to defend against drones to a significant degree, so we're believing, like I was just saying a second ago, this is only used on training fields. Still looks really cool. And I gotta say, folks, I never knew that anybody would ever put Contact 1 ERA tiles on a Leopard 1, but now that I'm seeing it, it actually looks pretty damn good. Like, I never thought it would look good. That actually is pretty nice looking. We also got the Russian casualty report over the past 24 hours as well. And oh, buddy, Bliat, it's not good for them. Oh,
whoa, they got 2 Bobcats right there. Also, by the way, folks, I did see it. I saw it. I hate that we didn't grab it yesterday, but I mean, they lost 17 Bobcats yesterday, like 17. I'm talking 1-7. You know, the numbers 1 and 7. They lost a hell of a lot of Bobcats yesterday. I don't think we have that report available, sadly, right now, but it is what that was a lot of Bobcats. I was in disbelief yesterday when I saw that. I had to do a double take. But Enforcer, what say you?
Man, I didn't hear about that myself personally. We were so busy covering Iran yesterday, I just didn't really look at the casualty report for yesterday, but it does sound delicious. It does sound good. And I gotta tell y'all, folks, I hate to say this, folks, but I thought I ate well before the show. I'm going through hyperglycemia at this point. Like, I feel weak and I'm like shaking right now. And so, I don't know if that's coming through on the microphone. I pray that it's not, but I had to mention that because it's getting so bad.
Anything personally.
Oh, good, because like it's getting so bad at this point. I'm like, damn, is my body shutting down? It's pretty damn bad. But outside of that, Ms. Decent Keeper of the Record stated that 80 artillery systems is the 15th highest daily loss. 1,968 drones ranks as the 30th highest daily loss, as does 206 supply trucks. 4 anti-aircraft systems is the highest in 2 months, and missing is 3 ground robotic complexes, 3rd day in a row for the new category, and there's 0 cruise missiles that were shot down, not 5. Over the course of the past 24 hours, 970 Russian troops were wounded and killed, along with 3 APCs, 206 supply trucks, 3 main battle tanks, 80 artillery systems, 1,968 drones, 3 MLRSs, 4 anti-aircraft warfare systems, and 2 Bobcat skid steers. All in all, a pretty damn good day, and good to see it.
Also, by the way, I just reposted on the Twitter page. Go grab it. I see everybody saying to get it for historical purposes. Go grab this thing real quick and show the people that I'm telling the truth. There were 17 Bobcats on May the 4th. And apparently, May the 4th be with the Ukrainians, as they say, those Star Trek or Star Wars fans, whichever one it is. Apparently, yeah, the 4th was with the Ukrainians. It looks like they put the 4th on the Bobcat, the skid steer dealership. It looks like I took out 17. I'm not even sure how it's possible in one day, unless they like hit like a storehouse of them or something. I've never seen 17 in a day. That's one of the biggest numbers I've seen.
Man, they found one of those Bobcat leasing companies, like with all of them in a motor pool, and Zelensky said, "Ooh, hit that. May the 4th be with their asses and shit." Like, and then they start blowing it up. And like, maybe that's why. Maybe that's how. I don't know. But still, impressive to see. And the loss report from yesterday was also incredibly good as well. But moving us on out of that, it is time for us to get on into the front lines themselves, which were filled to the brim with combat actions. Before we get to the front line, though, there are a couple of things behind the lines that we do have to cover. Down in the town of Krustelny in the Luhansk Oblast, the Ukrainian armed forces were able to land some hits. Oh, it's like lightning out there, Bliet. On an ammunition depot, no less. That thing sounds kind of a little wild. Ooh!
Whoa, look at that. You know, that looks like that Chinese fireworks factory that went up yesterday. I'm not sure if you heard about that. Holy crap, look at that.
Bro, they went close the window. They said, damn. Like,
dang. Man, it ripped through their house there at the last second. Like, it was shredding the windows.
Oh, my God. That was pretty bad. I didn't see the Chinese fireworks store explosion from the other day, but I feel like it was probably close to the size of that. But also, here's another clip of the Ukrainian drones coming in and hitting the place.
Это очень страшно, ребят.
This lady wilding out. Oh.
Damn, son. Damn, look at this.
Where'd they find that?
It's a big hit. Look at the window. It's a big hit.
And there is
this meme on the right.
I don't know. It's kind of messed up though. Like, I was going to go out of my way to ignore it, but I don't know what that is. Like, I don't know what that is and what it's about. Now it's in full screen down there. But anyways, moving us on out of that whole deal, in Krustelny, it's time for us to move on down into Crimea, because it's time for the Resitki to Crimea River, boy. In the Armyansk, the FSB is definitely crying a river, because the Ukrainians went out of their way to target and destroy the FSB building in Armyansk overnight. Opa! Oh, bliet. We also get to see that once again, it's in Armyansk. We also saw further on down in the town of Krasnoperkopsk, which I mispronounced heavily there, that they blew up something else in this town. We don't know what that one was, but it was definitely in the center area of the city. Moving us on to that whole deal, along the coastline of Crimea, the Ukrainians were really making sure to lay down the heat last night. They started to blow up everything they could find all around the coast. On the western side, that is. Oh, look, a Russian air defense, and it missed, Bliet. Well,
that's a shocker that Russian air defense missed the target. I'm blown away. I'm flabbergasted.
Man, I'm legitimately perplexed, Bliet. Oh, is that a patrol boat? Opa, Bliet! The Russians are trying to shoot the drone. You can see right there a splash from a bullet that hit the water right below the drone. They didn't take it down in time. It took out the boat. Now we can see another larger boat getting hit.
You know, when you said that just then about them shooting that drone down, a brilliant idea that's popped into my head right now. It's very brilliant, by the way, because I only come up with brilliant ideas that's just what they tell me. But I was thinking a good idea for a YouTube video would be to like go out to some land that looks similar to what Ukraine fights in, and you could somebody who's like a really good FPV drone operator could give me a head start. I can go try to hide out in the woods. And then someone could like see if they could use the FPV to come find me. Obviously, the FPV would be unarmed, obviously. obviously, but see how easy it is for FPVs to come get you, and also to see how hard it is to defend against an FPV. That would be an interesting concept for a video. Could you successfully evade an FPV drone operator with experience as a soldier on foot?
That is a great question, actually, and a great idea for a video. I like that idea. Matthew, I have an idea. Let us travel to Box Elder County, to where they were building that 40,000-acre data center that's twice the size of Manhattan, against the wishes and will of the entire citizenry of the county. And let us get the drone and fly it around there, and trying to evade it and everything. Like, it's like literally empty land out there. That's also why I'm saying that there's nothing out here in western Utah. It's perfectly flat land. And also, by the way, everybody, big shout out to the county commissioners at Box Elder County. Everybody in county do not want data center, yet Box Elder County Commission decide they are dictator and build anyway. So really good for them. Love to know that they listen to people, because democracy work when people vote in elected officials that do not listen to people. Great democracy. Love democracy. But moving us on from that old sarcastic thing, it is time for us to get on into Simferopol, where we were able to see that there has been a little oopsie in Sevastopol. The Ukrainians apparently hit a Russian Panzer S-1 within the area of the city, causing an ammunition cook-off, which we were able to see over the horizon, but sadly we didn't see the Panzer itself. We also were able to see, additionally, that there was a report of some minor incidents in the area. And these didn't actually have video or picture evidence for them, but the Russian eyewitnesses in the area were reporting it. So we'll list off the stuff that happened around the perimeter of Simferopol. There were two powerful explosions in the Bakhchitsari region of Sevastopol, and at 9:57 p.m., a Russian air defense missile was launched from the village of Mirnois near Simferopol towards Yevpatoria, a subscriber reported. Two more explosions were also reported in the Bakhchitsari district, and at 9:59 p.m., a powerful explosion occurred in the Vilino area. A floodlight was turned on in Solichny, a subscriber reported. Now, that subscriber right there is the hero of the hour. If that floodlight had been turned on and nobody was able to account for that, imagine how little our open source intelligence would be accountable for. I mean, like, we would be able to know of every single explosion that happened in the area. But this one person, a hero of the Russian Federation, reported that a floodlight was turned on. Now, that person right there is truly observant and requires all the figgy pudding on the planet. Really a hero. But moving us on out of that whole deal in Simferopol and Crimea, now we go over really quickly to Odessa before we get to the frontline news, because the frontline news is all drone warfare today. And we were able to see that the first company group of the 801st Divers of the Ukrainian Armed Forces were able to immobilize and destroy some Russian drone boats before they were able to make it into the port of Odessa. Let me make sure here. And it is. I had to make sure to read that correctly. Oh, here it goes. Here comes the Ukrainian drone, and a bada bing and a bada boom. And there goes the boat. They blew it up. Drone-on-drone warfare is an amazing thing these days. The Ukrainians are very good at it. And also, I see some people talking about the data centers. The thing about the issue out here, and the reason why everybody was against it, to let y'all know a little bit about the local thing going on out here, this is an interesting aside and a rabbit hole here really briefly. The whole reason why everybody's against it is that right now the governor of the state, Governor Cox, I'm not kidding, that's his last name, has announced that there's going to be a pretty significant sort of a drought, as there has been for years in this area, and due to that, there's going to be water rationing in this region. Data centers consume an unbelievably large amount of water, and this one's twice the size of Manhattan. It's going to be sucking up loads of water from the Great Salt Lake and its tributaries, and generally the entire watershed that feeds into the Salt Lake, which is already on the teetering edge of a complete ecosystem collapse, which would greatly affect the city of Salt Lake and most of the economy in the state.
That's actually not accurate. It's going to be a closed loop cooling system, so the water is supposed to be in the system and it doesn't leave it or enter the system. That's what they're claiming, at least. So they're not saying they're just sucking up water from the lake.
Well, I mean, they're going to have to get it from somewhere, and they'd have to get it from a local water source. I mean, they're not going to, like, truck it in. If they were going to do that, they could build it anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, they might be building in Utah for a variety of reasons. They might be getting incentives too. It might be the best land they could find or something like that. So the closed loop cooling is not supposed to add water to it, but just to make sure we're saying that accurately, we don't want to say that they're sucking water out of the lake and they're claiming it's closed loop.
Well, I mean, people can claim anything, and generally there's a huge uproar up there right now about how it's probably going to be sucking water out of the local area. So, I mean, that's what they're claiming right now, but, whether that stands up or not to future scrutiny, who knows? But that's currently the huge outrage at the moment. It also is going to create a heating island effect and a whole bunch of other issues in the area, or issues that aren't known because there's been no environmental studies as to the impact of what this thing is going to do to the surrounding area, which is quite concerning because if you overlay this thing onto Salt Lake City, if you look at this area right here boxed in by the interstates, that would be the size of the data center. So it's as big as a significant part of the metro area of Salt Lake itself. But anyways, moving us on from that whole deal, it is time for us to get on into the frontline news around Ukraine. So moving us on up into the area of Belgorod and the Kupiansk front, we did get to see that a couple of Russian vehicles were destroyed today by the 22nd Mechanized Brigade of the Ukrainian Armed Forces. Kaboom, bliyet. We also got to see this Lada right here. Kaboom. A boom. And another. Kaboom.
Also, while we're watching this right here, I saw someone said even with closed loop cooling, they use a lot of power and water. The main problem with the one out here in Utah, the main problem that I could tell, because I did a little bit of research into it, is they're saying that they're going to power the facility using natural gas that they're apparently getting from a different source outside of Utah, and they're going to use that to power the entire facility. But the problem is, though, to my knowledge, if you burn a whole bunch of natural gas like that, it creates emissions, and those emissions are going to go into the local area, I would assume. So I think that's what a lot of people are concerned about. How are they managing the emissions? And of course, the company is saying they're going to manage it just fine, but I don't think they did an environmental study. I think they got to bypass that via a fast track operation, if I'm not mistaken, through national defense reasons. So I guess they just bypassed it. At least that's what I heard. I don't have the whole story.
Well, I think that whole thing about bypassing the environmental study is correct. I think that was one of the things that made them start looking out here, really pursuing this quickly. And you would think that this is a place that you wouldn't want to bypass that because it's a very fragile sort of a place environmentally. The East Coast, just to be completely frank with everybody, you can do a whole lot in. Industrially, because the environment out there is a lot more humid, a lot more, I guess you could say, wet, if you want to call it that. So there's not really a lot of impact that you could have on water resources because there's so much water out there, and also due to a whole bunch of other factors that come with that sort of environment, it mitigates most of the effects of something like this. However, in an arid region, the environments are very fragile, and any sort of a fluctuation can cause major issues, and doing something like this out here would definitely need an environmental study because we don't know what it might do to the surrounding area or generally the ecology of the state, which could be damaging to the local economy and to the state's economy at large. But anyways, moving us on from that, we have also been able to hear that down in the area of Konstantinivka, the 48th Artillery Brigade of the Ukrainian Armed Forces were also conducting a little bit of counter battery on the Russian artillery. Oh, there it is. A Russian artillery system. Well, goodbye to it. There it is firing. And now they're going to have to hit it. Oh, and there it goes. A little cook-up now is happening. And we see right here as well the continued counter battery operations. And we can now see them hitting the Russian D-30s. Bully. And that's the end of the clip. But moving us on out of that, we also were able to see that down on the area of the Pokrovsk front, the Ukrainian 38th Marine Brigade was also continuing to strike and destroy Russian positions within this area. We see them encroaching on a Russian nest, knocking it on out. You can see them doing it a second time to ensure the destruction of the facility. We can also see them continuing to hit the forces within this area. And we can see
Something else the way they're hitting that stuff.
Man, it really is. In this toothpick forest. It's been hit many times, and the Ukrainians continue to hit it. Oh boy. Now they hit this destroyed house, making sure to destroy the rest of it. And that's the end of that clip, but of course, great to see. Moving us on out of that, we also were able to see that the Russian forces were also getting hit by the 25th Airborne Brigade's drone forces as well. This whole war is drone-based at this point, folks. You better get used to this, because this is what war is going to look like for the rest of your life. Probably. So many Russian positions hit by drone. Tank. That's what that says, in case you couldn't tell. It basically says tank. It's just that the N is a K. Well, actually, the N is an H instead. And now you see an enemy position, the Squad VK. A soul. A SAU is what that means. And now we see them dropping some bomblets on Russian positions. We see them continuing to strike Russian artillery pieces as well. And with that, we're on to the next clip, where we also were able to see that down in the area of the front lines, a Russian Mi-17 or an Mi-8 was shot down today, according to Fighter Bomber, Earth above sky. I don't know what the hell that means. I'm pretty sure the sky is above the earth, but according to the Russians, it's the opposite way around. And moving us on from that, we also were able to see combat operations of Ukrainian helicopter forces within the Zaporizhzhia front today as well. And don't worry, Matthew, it's not running overtime. I have this thing perfectly timed. This is literally the last clip right here. Oh.
Good.
Man, he's like hurrying or something. But anyways, moving on from that, that is all of the news that we have for the day. And we're about to be moving on into the second segment of the stream, which is the question segment, where we get to talk to each and every single one of y'all. And boy, howdy you folks, is it going to be an absolute blast. We get to talk about literally anything and everything. Anything y'all want to, except for religion, politics, climate change, and whether the A-10 is relevant in modern warfare or not. But I do have to say, folks, that it's been an absolute blast and an honor to be able to cover all of this news for y'all once again tonight. We had a peak viewership of 15.7 thousand people. Actually, sorry, correction, everyone. It's actually 18.7 thousand people at the peak, and 133,000 people who watched this stream over the length of it. I got to thank you all so much for spending your time here on this channel, as we're always honored to know that many people consider this channel to be their primary source of news. And with that in mind, it is time for us to move on and into those questions. So, Matthew, what do we got?
All right. So apparently no speech from Zelensky tonight. Now, I'd assume that's because he's still in Bahrain for the most part. So he's still hanging out in the Middle East. And also, I'm hearing they might be having some pretty good success down there, the Ukrainians, securing some more contracts to sell their drones possibly. So it looks like Ukraine found themselves a nice money-making market down there in the war-torn region of the Gulf states. So that's good news for Ukraine, I guess you could say. And also, I think the USA might be looking to sign up very soon as well, it sounds like, based on the sweet talking that we've been hearing. But anyways, though, moving out of that and moving into our super chat questions here, our first one is going to go to none other than Waka Waka What. And thank you very much, Mr. Waka, for that $100 support. And we do appreciate it very much. Very generous support. They said, guys, this is bad. Honestly, thought we had already hit rock bottom and we were on the up. But after today's reversal, frankly, it's humiliating. And in further bad news, I was let go today.
Oh,
and also, I'm sorry to hear that, by the way. He said, last bit of support from me for a while, and thanks for being the best part of my day. Also, I'm very sorry to hear you got laid off, by the way. Unfortunately, that's something that I'm starting to hear about quite a bit. I'm seeing companies, and it's not just because of the Iran war, by the way. That's exacerbating the problem with the layoffs. They're accelerating because of that. But they were already bad enough because AI was basically like chopping like huge percentages of jobs out. And a lot of these companies, they're making like 20 and 30% layoffs of their entire staff. And that's happening regularly now. So that's very concerning to see that. And also, I'm very sorry to hear that apparently it caught you up in it as well. But Enforcer, what say you?
I gotta say that's unfortunate to hear about Waka Waka What, and I'm very sorry to hear that you got laid off today. But I hope that things turn around and improve for you at some point in the future. And I completely understand not supporting the channel in those kinds of circumstances. And I got to say that we're incredibly appreciative that you've supported the channel so much over the years. And we thank you greatly for that. And also, don't feel any pressure at all to support the channel. We are just incredibly appreciative to have amazing people like you here and watching the show. And we would love to hear that you eventually get back on steady ground, or back on good footing, as far as having a good, well-paying job, and that you're able to continue on, hopefully with some success in the future, although this setback has unfortunately occurred, but very unfortunate to hear. But I do have to say that it is pretty bad news that we're seeing at this point in foreign policy, and I'd have to agree with you. I mean, that's been my take at this point, is that we went from the worst foreign policy in the last administration that I thought we could ever see, to somehow this current administration surpassing that in spades, and somehow making the foreign policy as bad as it ever has been. I've never seen an administration go over its way to conduct such a destructive foreign policy strategy in such a short amount of time. And it's really crazy to watch it, because with some foreign policy, people will say that it's destroying the country, but that's actually more of an abstract statement. You know, it's like, if these sorts of trends continue in like a decade, we could start feeling the effects, which is certainly destructive, but it's a lot slower. This type of action that we've been seeing so far in foreign policy by the current administration is so destructive, we're actually feeling the effects of its destructiveness within just months, which really gives you an idea of how bad it is and how much worse it's going to be getting at this point. So I definitely have to agree with you. Pretty rough stuff. I hate to hear that you got laid off. I'm not sure if that's because of the economic calamity that's starting to be created because of this, or not, but I hope that you eventually do turn back around and get in a pretty good situation, although this little setback occurred. But a humongous thanks to you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep it running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
You know, it's really a fitting name to call it foreign policy, because this policy is foreign. I've never seen this shit before. This is some foreign policy right here. I've never seen it. But anyways, though, moving into our next super chat. This one's going to go to Con45. And thank you very much, Con, for that $50 support. He said both the U.S. and FICO are trying, and also that's a name of a leader, by the way, not the credit score. But he said both. Yeah, in Slovakia. Both the U.S. and the Slovakian leader are trying to sweet talk Zelensky into visiting Slovakia to help with the situation, allegedly here. I can't repeat that part. But he said, guys, I watch Russian media, and right now the U.S. is so desperate over Iran. And also, unfortunately, I can't read the rest of that either right there. I can't read that for legal reasons. But Enforcer, what say you?
I thank you for the support, Con, but unfortunately, I don't think I can address that one either, because it gets very heavy into domestic politics for the larger part. And also, on top of that, it's getting into grounds that could be considered defamatory if we even read that or even talked about it. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping the channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $50 support from Wolfgang Olesh. And thank you very much, Wolfgang, for that $50 support. And we do appreciate it. Generous support. I don't see a comment right here on this one, but big thanks to you, Wolfgang, for that support. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I got to thank you massively for the support, Wolfgang, and helping this channel to keep it running. You didn't throw in any words, but the support is impressive. And we thank you so much for it, because it helps this channel to keep on running every day, day in and day out. And if it wasn't for folks like you, thankful we are for you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running and keep the lights on and pay the bills and everything. And I've got to say that we're incredibly honored and greatly appreciative of your support, because it helps folks like us to keep the news rolling for everyone who's watching. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well. And before we move on to the next one, I see a lot of people talking about what's going on with the economy and whatnot. And some people are saying there's some stuff about the foreign policy. I would have to say, though, folks, like, the foreign policy is so bad. Some people like to say to us, when we point out how bad it is, that we need to stick to less opinion and more news. It's not an opinion that the foreign policy is bad. It's basically a proven fact at this point. And I think a lot of people are missing out on that, because a lot of people love to drink the political Kool-Aid, and they'll run off a cliff if their chosen boy told them to. And I'm not into that. I'm into supporting the country. I like to think that this country is something worth loving enough to complain about and to look to improve it if things are not going the way they should be. And they're certainly not going the way they are or the way they should be right now. If anyone tries somehow to spin what happened today with the announcement of Project Freedom and then the cancellation of it in almost less than 24 hours as a good thing, I'm not, like, I hate to say this in such an absolute way, but I cannot consider any sort of conversation that comes out of a person like that to be substantial or worthwhile after a statement like that, because they're so blinded by party loyalty or cult worshiping that they can't see the writing on the wall in front of them that what's happening right now is not good for the country. That's just how it is. The last administration wasn't doing a lot of things, in our opinion, that was good for the country, and we weren't really big fans of it because there was a lot of different ways that it could have been done that could have been far better. And while they had some inkling, or at least some tiny degree, of what the best things to be done for the country would be, they hardly would act on them at all, or they would do nothing. The current one is doing everything that is against the nation's interest in some of the most destructive ways that can be done. And there's really no other way to look at it than that. That's just the fact of the matter. And if you disagree with me, well, the facts show that it's not working well. The oil shortages are coming around the corner. That's according to the Chevron CEO. We're seeing that the oil prices are skyrocketing. The entire national economy is beginning to slowly grind to a halt and most likely into a recession as a result. Fertilizer prices are rising. Farm bankruptcies have increased by 40%. The U.S. is losing face on the world stage, clearly by these actions, because we're hardly looking like an ally to stand with. And that's not even to mention everything that's come before this for the entire year prior. This has been a pretty damn bad run of things. And of course, not speaking on domestic politics, as that would truly get political, and I honestly don't really care that much about it. This foreign policy is unequivocally horrendous. We went from bad foreign policy in the last administration that would require significant improvements to be considered decent foreign policy to the complete worst depths of unbelievably bad foreign policy. That's just the fact of the matter. You know, if people don't like that, they don't like it. And if people want to bury their heads in the sand and run their country into the ground because they want to be more loyal to a man than to a nation, be my guest. It's a democracy after all, and you can do what you wish, but this is not a good outcome, without a doubt, and that's a fact of the matter.
Yeah, you know, the thing that always gets me, I see people all the time. I guess if you haven't been listening to the channel for a very long time, you wouldn't know it because you haven't heard us say it. But during the last administration, we also criticized them as well. We weren't just like giving them a free pass or something like that. On the Taiwan situation, the last administration wouldn't commit, just like a straight up commitment to protect Taiwan, and we criticized that. We criticized that multiple times. We also criticized the fact that the last administration had what they called escalation management, which basically meant they held back equipment from Ukraine to let them basically have a huge success against the Russians. They slow walked the aid to Ukraine, and we also criticized that as well. But I will say this, like just being completely neutral and objective here, what's happening right now is monumentally different than what happened during the last administration. And it's not about the party, it's about the decisions being made. That's the problem. The last administration was doing things that I just mentioned that was kind of a little bit iffy. This one here is doing stuff that could be existential for the United States. It could lead to an existential crisis for the entire nation. That's the difference. Slow walking aid to Ukraine or not committing to the defense of Taiwan, it could be detrimental, but it wasn't going to lead to the nation potentially going into an existential crisis. What's happening right now is a lot different. If we start having an energy crisis where we have shortages, food shortages, and things like that, that's an entirely different ballgame. And that's why we're being so much more adamant about it, is because of that reason.
Yeah, I would. That's the reason why. Like the last administration was pretty bad. And to be honest with y'all, folks, I was pretty relaxed around the end of the last administration. I was telling y'all, look, folks, no matter who anyone votes for, it couldn't get worse than this. I mean, literally saying that word for word, this is the worst foreign policy that could ever be seen at this point, and I don't really think anyone could do any worse than this if they tried. The current administration tried and somehow has done far worse than the last one. And a lot of people love to say, but Biden, it's like, yeah, we're not really wanting that to happen again. You know, it's like I don't think people get that. I don't really judge a president off of, well, the last one was shitty, so this one's only as shitty, so that's fine. That's actually great. Well, that's pretty stupid. We're generally looking for better for this country. And I haven't really seen that coming around in the last administration or the current one, and that's a fact of life. If you disagree with that, you're a very political person and you're not thinking straight. Because if you say that the last administration was amazing and it did everything perfect and it did nothing wrong, that's just factually incorrect when it comes to foreign policy. If you say that the current administration is perfect in everything that they do and that they do nothing wrong and there's been no mistakes, then you are also wrong. They've done a lot worse than the last one, and the last one was about the damn worst one that had been seen yet in the whole nation's history. So, you know, there you have it. I mean, you know, that couldn't get more politically neutral than it is, calling the shots for what they are. Both of them have been pretty bad. This one's the worst, though. Outside of that, I did see someone say in the chat, let's see, someone said, I need to go find it here really quickly. Oh, geez. Someone said they left. Here's the thing, though. Like, people are always bringing up stuff. Well, the last guy did this. So what? It wasn't good when he did it. We can all agree on that. I don't know why people always act like, well, this current guy isn't so bad because the last guy did bad things too. Do you think that because we say the current guy is making mistakes that we act like the other guy was perfect, like the withdrawal from Afghanistan was a masterpiece? I mean, think with your head, folks. Just because you say that the current president is bad does not mean, in foreign policy, that is, have to make sure to make that clear. Just because the current president is bad in foreign policy doesn't mean that I loved the last one and agreed with everything he did. I didn't like the last one. I didn't agree with hardly anything he did. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
Our next super chat goes to Game Theory, and thank you very much, Game Theory, for that $50 support. We do appreciate that. They said, have client that rents single-family homes and runs handyman business. Anyhow, they laid off 4 of their maintenance staff today, and company had to be profitable, and economy sucks. And also, I'm sure, like, I know people want to villainize business owners and stuff, and I know that's not what you're trying to do. I know that's what you're not trying to do with your question there. But just on a general note, you know, unless it's a corporation, if it's a corporation, they're kind of like a little bit heartless with that. Like, they don't really care. People are numbers in corporations, and if you let somebody go, there's a number on a paper. But for like smaller businesses, I'm sure that hurts the business owner too to have to let people go because you know the people personally, and it probably sucks to have to tell somebody, hey, you're laid off. Like, I'm going to have to let you go. Because they know the person. It's not just, you know, completely detached. So it sucks for everybody. Like, it really sucks when the economy starts getting like this. And we're going into a recession. Like, we're probably already in one right now, if we really were honest. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say we probably are as well. I would agree. But it's an unfortunate thing to hear, and the economy is not doing well. It's doing pretty damn badly. And, you know, and people are screaming it from the mountaintops, you know, from every industrial sector and every commercial sector. Things are going badly, and if this keeps going, we won't really be able to make it. And some people just want to say that that's bullshit. Like, those people are just going out of their way to lie. It's like, I don't really think people are going to be lying about their livelihoods, you know? Something really, I just got to say, it's unbelievable. But big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel keep it running, and I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $50 support from Marion Deemert. And thank you very much, Marion, for that $50 support. And they said, God help us.
I hope. But a big thanks to your support and help this channel to keep running. And also, Marion, I believe you may be a little bit confused. The original withdrawal of Afghanistan was signed and agreed to by the President of the United States, which was Trump at the time, in 2019, but the withdrawal was finalized under Biden in late 2020. Well, actually, correction, that would have been late 2021, and the withdrawal was signed and agreed to during 2020. So I think you might be misinterpreting some things there and getting a little bit heated about something that factually is correct.
Yeah, and also, by the way, to even correct the record further than that, the current president right now, during his first term, he's the one who set the withdrawal into motion. But here's the thing, though. It was only the withdrawal itself that was set into motion. What the last administration did is they got to decide how the troops got withdrawn, and that's where everything went sideways. They absolutely botched it, and I think pretty much everybody agrees at this point. They botched the hell out of it, and it cost the lives of several of our soldiers because they botched the hell out of it. So the Afghanistan withdrawal, I don't think there's pretty much anybody out there on any spectrum of the whole like political thing that would say that was good. Obviously, it was not good. It was quite bad. So the current president may have authorized the withdrawal, but it was the last one's planning that went pretty rough.
Yeah, that's generally the case of it. And a lot of people kind of get lost in the weeds, like they blame the whole thing on Trump or they blame the whole thing on Biden. And if we really want to be fair, it's half and half. It was one pretty dumb looking at it in hindsight to agree to withdraw from Afghanistan and also make an agreement with the Taliban. But then the actual material side of the withdrawal, which was conducted under Biden, was also botched horrendously as well. So really a botched job by both. It's very similar to the whole situation with Iran and the nuclear weapons. That's been a botched job by everybody who's been a president since Obama. Obama created the JCPOA, which had a lot of holes in it. Then it was completely rescinded by Trump in 2016 to 2020, and then he did nothing to address that gaping hole and issue that existed with Iran then. Then Biden became president and literally did nothing about it, and now the current administration's gone to war with them, which is basically the last option we had left, but then executed the war so poorly, it probably would have been better to not fight it at all with how it's been going at this point and how it keeps going. So kind of, once again, being honest, it's generally more so equal blame amongst everyone from all sides for a lot of the foreign policy blunders that have been made in recent history. Not really one side or one person is individually to blame. It's a series of bad mistakes by everybody who's been in charge. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to none other than Richard Rohde, who puts in a $45 support. And thank you very much, Richard, for that support as well. He said Iran still has its uranium, 60% of its missiles, 50% of its TELs. The Secretary of State says we have met all the goals and offensive efforts are over. Are the goals to destroy all the missiles, TELs, and get the uranium no longer important?
I'm guessing that it must not be important anymore because they said that Iran's nuclear program would have to be completely dismantled. Now they've completely dropped that. Now they've even completely dropped cutting the Iranian military down to size. And now they're just going with, oh, that's been done. And the truth of it is, folks, is that some people were saying, well, now they're having to be beholden by the Congress, and they had to end it. No, they didn't. The Congress said they weren't even going to vote on it. It wasn't even a war. That basically gave free rein to the president to keep the war going for a year or 5 years from this point. It was the decision of the White House that they didn't continue the war any further, and now they're pretending like it's all over. Because for whatever reason, they're deciding to basically just tap out at this point, just act like nothing's a big deal and everything's fine when it's not. Because the Iranians are still acting like they're in a war with us and they're blockading the HORMUZ and attacking people in the Gulf states. So, not really a great thing, really. So I guess, Richard, to answer your question, it's no longer important to the U.S. government, I suppose. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $30 support from Marion Deemert once again, and thank you very much, Marion, for that support as well. Sadly, I can't read this one right here. This one gets domestically political. If it was about foreign policy, though, I could read it, but this one here gets into something that is domestically critical, that is. But thank you very much, Marion, for that support once again. And Enforcer, what say you?
I gotta thank you so much for the support, Marion Deemert, and helping this channel to keep running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And so a big thanks to you so much once again, and with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $28 support from Duncan VR, and thank you, Duncan, for the support all the way down from Australia. He said, "Bob moo woo quack." He said, "Why are pirates pirates? Yar, there's R. Sir, he's got the cards. He's got the cards. Sir, it's fake news. Ceasefire's off. No, it's on. It's on. The marmot is a fatty. Bring him on. Baba."
You know what? I'll oblige that. You go get the marmot. Oh, Lordy. Let me go get it. Where's it at? Oh, Lordy, that thing's big. Oh, hello there. Hey!
Oh, hello there, Governor. It's a good day in the neighborhood, they say. Good day for the fur to get out and get a little bit of sunlight here in the bright wilderness, yeah? A little bit of something like that. It said, the British said, sir, it's time to go and work with your allies, sir. And they said, no, sir, we won't do it. I said, it's a crazy thing. It's a crazy thing the way they do that. I don't even know where to go with this. A marmot doesn't know what to say. He's tongue-tied. He's tail-tied. But Enforcer, what say you?
Aw, man. Rip to the hot dog, man. I don't even know what to say about the guy. The guy doesn't even run a channel anymore. So it's like I don't have fresh stuff to work off of. So You know,
Man, I think we won that battle. I think that battle right there is like what's the battle of the Marne? I mean, this I think we won this one.
we won the war, everybody. We won it. We won it, everybody. We did it. But beyond that, though, it's great to see the marmot, and the fly, Alan the marmot, and the fly. Wonderful thing to see. And I got to thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, Duncan, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this thing running and make this thing possible. So a big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have here a support from none other than Jay Aaron. And thank you very much, Aaron, for that $20 support right there. We do appreciate that very much. No comment, but we do appreciate it. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I gotta thank you massively for the support, Jay Aaron, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running and make this thing possible. And a huge thanks to you once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Music Uploader who said, shameful behavior. They surrender every little leverage we have, and they can't negotiate without stopping the operation. It seems like we should just surrender and then pull so the rest of us can go back to our lives. Now, we can't do that. I saw today that there was a couple of, well-known commentators that used to be on mainstream media, but then they went independent because I think they might have gotten fired. They were out there saying that we should just simply pack up and leave. But that, to me, is a horrible idea. That would be probably the worst thing we could possibly do right now because, before the war started, the Strait of Hormuz was open. The U.S. got the war going to deal with Iran, and now the Strait of Hormuz is closed. So if we leave now, we're in the hole. We're a net negative out of the whole war. We've lost people, we've lost aircraft, we've lost some dignity as well, and then we're also giving up the Strait of Hormuz. That would be a disaster way worse than it is right now to simply walk off. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd say that's basically what we've done right now is give up and surrender. We're not doing anything against the Iranians. We're not forcing open the Strait. And that's not doing well. So clearly the answer isn't just packing up and going home because we've basically already done that while we're still there and it's going very badly. So what we need to do is that we need to restart the war. But what we need to do is we need to have the president not make the war plans. Those need to be made by the military, and they don't need to be made by the Secretary of Defense either, because I'm assuming he also doesn't have any intelligence either. That just needs to be entirely done within the department, more so Central Command's area of responsibility. They cook up the war plan, and then they just pass it by the president for the rubber stamp of approval, and then they execute the war plans that the military has worked on for decades that surround this very situation. That's the way that this could be fixed, because the problem is that because the president knows everything, and that's not being sarcastic, that's just how he says himself, he knows everything. He's involved in the plan and has his finger in every one of these pies that's been tried so far, and because of that, and because he doesn't actually know what he's doing, and he's way too overconfident in his abilities, this is why it keeps going wrong, is because he won't listen to anybody, and his ideas are pretty stupid because he doesn't have any martial experience. So we need people who are career generals, who have been in the military for decades, to draw up the plans, because they're going to know what threats exist and how to deal with them, and then have the president rubber stamp that and then let them deal with that. And if they get all the glory as a result, they get all the glory. That's just how it works at this point. But that's the one way that we could fix this. It's that way and that way alone. Walking away isn't going to do us any good. It's only going to hurt us even worse than what we're getting hurt with right now. So our only action is to go forward and to try and push this war to a successful conclusion. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $50 support from Game Theory once again, and thank you very much, Game Theory, for the second support right there. He said, apologies for the domestic comment. He said half the U.S. economic issues is this war right now, but also the Fed is printing money again to pay the debt for this war right here, and everyone should Google the St. Louis Fed M2 money supply, they say.
I think it was support Game Theory, and I would say that a lot of the economic issues have come out from this war. Some of them were actually coming out before the war, though. We were kind of joking about that around the end of last year. It's like, wow, it's like, the egg prices kind of got fixed, but nothing else is. And now it's gotten a lot worse. The U.S. folks has been going through some economic tough times since COVID, truth be told, and nobody's really figured out how to fix that. And I don't know how they haven't figured out how to fix it, but they haven't. So hopefully we'll be able to see that eventually they fix the problems, because nobody is, and everybody down here is getting squeezed. But the big thing is to
Yeah, well, I
support.
mean, it's inflation. It's inflation on top of greed because during the virus there actually was a problem. Of course, supply chains became a problem. The supply chains weren't keeping up with demand, so obviously that raises costs. This is basic economics. But the problem is though the prices never came back down after the supply chains fixed themselves. And the logical question is, why did the prices not come back down? And I would say the answer that people don't want to realize is it's greed. That's why the prices didn't come back down. That's like a universal rule. When prices go up, they pretty much never come back down because once a company realizes that they can charge more for it and blame it on inflation or blame it on supply chain issues, that pretty much gives them a free pass to charge whatever they want at that point, which is what we're seeing right now, in my opinion. Some of it's inflation and some of it's not. And the part that's not, the government should crack down on, but we don't really see that.
Yeah, and there should be a lot of actions being taken by the government to force competitiveness, like maybe looking into some antitrust actions to bust up some larger companies to force competitiveness, or to at least threaten that action to make those companies become competitive again, something along those lines. But instead, what we're doing is we're doing nothing at the governmental level, and we're basically allowing the gouging to continue. I'll be honest with y'all, folks. If y'all ever look at a U.S. historical period in the past, this historical period that we live in right now, in this age, is literally identical to the Gilded Age of the United States from the late 1870s on to the very late 1890s. The amount of monopolies that are basically allowed to exist are huge. Corruption is rife. People who are basically in the pockets of some billionaire supporting the company's interest over everyone else is high. Everyone's getting squeezed economically. I mean, if you go back and look, folks, and I would highly suggest that y'all look into the Gilded Age, the past 15 years has been basically like living in the Gilded Age at this point in the modern era. It's crazy to look at it and just see all of the parallels in every single way. The amount of people who are just so insanely wealthy in this country, while most people in the normal social classes are eking and just struggling to get by every day. It's insane. Like, it's literally the Gilded Age all over again, and something needs to be done about it. And I would hope that it is, because back then people wised up and they voted in Teddy Roosevelt and a new Republican government at the time. The Republican Party back then is very different than it is today, completely different political period. But they voted in Teddy Roosevelt and a significant amount of Congress members, both in the House and the Senate, that were these what they called radical Republicans at the time, that brought in all of the regulations, the antitrust acts, and such things that busted up the economy and started to make sure that it was a lot more fair for everybody, and people like you and me down here at the bottom of the, I guess you could say, wealth pyramid, were able to get by pretty well and have a decent life. And then all of that started to dissipate over the last 40 years, and then really got bad over the past 15 to 10 years. But a big thanks to you so much for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We have a $37 support from Oli Oli Oli, and thank you very much for that 37, by the way. They said, I appreciate a channel where we can acknowledge that different parties make both good and bad decisions. It's overwhelming living in a culture that values extreme alignment with polarizing teams, stupid or not. And it really is. It's exhausting, like 100% exhausting with that. Both of us, like, we can't stand that stuff right there. I'll admit, it took me until I was about 22 to realize that. Beforehand, I was like everybody else for the most part. I sound like I'm like describing like a drug recovery or something like that. Like I'm a drug recovering addict. I used to be an addict, but now I'm not. But it used to be that I was actually into that kind of stuff. I was like, oh yeah, one side versus the others, blah 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 blah. But then I slowly realized, if I started studying it and also watching geopolitics, I'm like, this is weird. There's like certain things that never change no matter who's in charge. And I'm like, this is weird. And the further I looked into it and then realized some connections between the two, I was like, I don't think there's really as much of this as people think. And the more I've seen, the more I've realized this whole like two-party thing right here about one party being for one thing and the other being for another is a scam. It's a straight up scam. It's not what it seems to be at all. But unfortunately, it's very hard to show people that. But Enforcer, what say you?
It's very hard. I would say, though, that probably the most enlightening moment for me on that, to where I became politically neutral and I just call shots for what they are, and I'll diss on whoever if they're not doing good, was that when I was 18 years old, I ran for a city council position in my hometown. And back then, me and Matthew were huge into the political thing. We grew up in Alabama, so I'm sure a lot of y'all can kind of get an idea of what political way we leaned because the whole state leans one way. And so I ran as one of the on that side. And the people who were in charge of the city, who also were a part of that party, screwed me over. Just went out of their way. It was just insane corruption, stealing campaign signs left and right off the sides of the streets and whatnot to try and screw me over in the election. That I realized, I was like, damn, they always talk about this one side here that I grew up hearing was just an amazing side and they never do anything wrong. I was like, they just went and openly screwed me over. They're literally just like the people they say that they're not. Like, literally the way they describe them, they're that way. And then that's when I realized this whole political thing of getting behind one side and blindly following them is for clowns. Like, I'm not one of those people because they would screw any of y'all over in a heartbeat if it meant that they were able to gain a vote. Like, if you went up in front of a politician, folks, and I put y'all in a dunking booth, and I said, you can push a button and have that guy dunked in the water, and he can't swim, so he might drown, and if you do that, you'll get 10 extra votes. Will you do it? Every single one of them, no matter if they were on the left or the right, they push that button and let you possibly drown so that way they could get 10 more votes. That's why I don't have loyalty to any of these people in the political system. I'll vote for them if they look like they're doing the country good, and if they're not doing the country good, I'll say it for what it is. But anyways, a big thanks to you for support and help this channel to keep on running, and I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $31 support from Elmsy Diggs. And thank you very much, Elmsy, for that $31 support. They said, well, would you look at that? Matt was right. It was the VPN, LOL, and LSA. And I don't know why that is, by the way, but YouTube doesn't like the VPNs or whatever. It apparently won't let people donate, at least from what I've heard from viewers. It apparently restricts it. I don't know why that is, but I guess so. But thank you for fighting through it anyway. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I got to thank you incredibly for the support. And I can say, it's good to know that it was just a VPN. And so a huge thanks to you once again. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Zio, who said ineffective operations, open-ended threats, growing economic struggles. Seems like this is the art of some deal here. LT LSA.
I suppose so. Really showing the absolute expertise that this person has in foreign policy and statescraft, which is none. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel keep it running.
You know, something I just realized, though, in art, there is no right and wrong in art. Like, it's just like, it's the style of the individual.
Yeah.
It's the style of the individual that's the artist. There is no right or wrong. So when they say the art of the deal, that doesn't necessarily imply it's the right way. It's just the style of the artist. So, I mean, what's it saying here?
That's deep.
That's
That's pretty good, actually. Man, that was a pretty good observation right there. But a big thanks to you for support, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from The Pony, and thank you very much, Pony, for that $20 support. They said, the war is a distraction away from a certain political debacle here in America, and this is really getting amplified into mythic self-glorification, but what are your thoughts?
I'd have to say that, unfortunately, that one kind of gets into the domestic political side of things. I hate to say that because, like, what you're bringing up would be interesting to talk about, but sadly, I think that that'd probably be a little bit too into the domestic political realm. So, unfortunately, I'd have to declare ignorance on it. But I do thank you incredibly for the support and help with this channel to keep on running, because it is folks like you who help to make this channel possible and help us to keep this thing running. And so, with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Old Warrior Fellow who said, at Enforcer Matt, escape and evade is the last order you want to hear, but Russians practice it. I think they do. Remember when they were practicing that two-group thing, that was all about escape and invasion. They said, two-group, go hide. And unfortunately, that didn't work for them. But Enforcer, what say you?
You know, it never really works for them out there on the front. And, you know, I think I just realized, Matthew, if I'm not mistaken, I think I actually know why those Russians were running like they couldn't run. I think they're all wearing those, let's see, shin high. Yeah, they are. They're all wearing those shin high jack boots that basically give you no leg mobility or like ankle mobility. That's why they're all running like they can't run, is because those damn jack boots.
I'd be getting down on all fours like a dog to run up out of here if I heard something coming. You'd see me running on all fours. I wouldn't give a damn about the boots. I'd be taking off.
Man, look at them running. Man, all of them running with those little crappy drill rifles that they give you, the ones that are like weightless and they're painted solid white with the little orange safety caps. Look at them go.
You know, the weird thing is, this is not how they're trained right here. They're actually trained to stand still and absorb the impact. That's the way the Russians are trained, so they're actually not following orders.
You know, Matthew, what happened to those like those traditional Russian men who really stand up and take the hits? You know, like real men. What happened to that? It looks like they're all running for the hills once any sort of threat of danger comes around. Not really living up to that whole propaganda image that they have of the mighty Russian
Yeah.
man.
Look at all this. Look at all this extremely high cortisol right here. These people, these guys right here have that. What is it? High or low? Like which one is it? You know what I'm talking about?
Man, high cortisol, they're stress maxing. Man,
Oh yeah, they got that high cortisol. They're freaking out, man. They're freaking out. The cortisol is off the charts.
they're fear maxing right now.
Look at that. They're grind maxing. Look at that. Well, I don't know about that, but I mean, hold on a minute. Pause.
Hey, yo.
Wait, I meant like you know what I'm saying. You know, like when you like grind. You know, you're like on the grind. You know what I mean.
They're fear peeled. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, I guess so.
Man, I don't know why I said pilled like that. I said fear peeled. Like I was like, that's not pilled. Fear pilled. They're fear maxing, terror maxing. It's I got to tell y'all, folks, they're terrified, really. But you know, before long though, when the actual May 9th parade comes around, they're gonna be like that overly like happy hamster meme. Yippee! Like you're gonna hear that fun song in the background. You know the one. You know the meme I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, they're going to be like that until the drone shows up again, and then they're going to be high cortisol maxing, fear maxing, terror maxing, fear pilled, and all that. So, not Sigma Riz, I can tell you that. Not Skibbity Toilet. But anyways, enough of the brain rot. It's time for us to get on to the next one.
And our next one goes to I the Great, who puts in a 20. And thank you for that support, by the way. They said, appreciate the great efforts to bring us the news 6-7 days a week. Oh my God. I don't know if they meant to do that on purpose. But it said that the Iran War. The Iran War has been the biggest BS conflict I've ever kept tabs on.
Well, it could have been an easy one, but they botched it, on the very first days. Don't know how. I mean, like, literally written in the unclassified manuals that they give to the public that you can buy and read. They literally say, this would be the biggest problem we'd have if we went to war with them. And somehow we did not deal with that from day one. It's unbelievable. This whole thing could have been a cakewalk if that had been dealt with. Well, it wouldn't have been a cakewalk, being entirely honest, but it would have been a lot easier if we had dealt with that from the start. But we didn't, and now we're watching an absolute circus unfold basically every day. But a huge thanks to you for the support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Butte Mountain, and thank you very much, Butte, for that $20 support. They said, pretend the Strait of Hormuz open tomorrow. The UAE, having left OPEC, is now unchecked to flood the market with oil and crash it the other way, yes? And our bank loan a lot of money to our oil companies, correct?
Well, generally they wouldn't flood it and crash the entire system because that would also be detrimental for them. It would be detrimental for every oil company. The market would stabilize itself. Like they would make sure to put out enough supply, all of the companies would, to be able to make sure that it stays stable. Because nobody's in the business of flooding a market and then everyone loses their shirts. So I would say generally that wouldn't happen. But
That's messed up. That's so messed up.
What?
When you think about it, like withholding supply to artificially inflate the cost, so that way a select handful of people can make a killing. It's like, I get people need to make money, but it's like it's that's why they call OPEC a cartel, is because of that whole thing right there. And that whole concept. I mean, if that happened anywhere else, like in any other industry, people would be crying over the mountain over this. But if it happens in the oil industry, it's okay. Like it's just acceptable.
Well, nobody cries about the farming industry. I mean, they do that with the farming industry. The government organizes that cartel. They go and pay farmers to destroy crops to artificially inflate the prices, so that way people can make a little bit of money off of it.
Yeah, the alternative though for the farmers though, if they don't have that little weak margin right there, then they literally will make no money. With the oil companies, it's not about making no money. It's just about making a killing or making some money. It's like that's the difference for them. For farmers, it's life or death. For oil companies, it's just about how much money they're actually going to make.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, honestly, I'd have to look at the profit margins of an oil company because I don't want us to get sued. I mean, maybe they're just eking by like a farmer, maybe. Let's go look at that. Let's go pull up like Exxon or something. And let's see. Yes, Exxon. Exxon Mobil. All right, so let's take a look at what Wikipedia has to say about them because that's a reliable source. So the revenue is $349 billion. Well, they're definitely struggling in this economy, very middle class. But let's see. Operating income. So the operating income is only $39 billion. So they make about 10% of their total profit. Well, their gross profits as net profits is only 10%. So what is the margin of a farmer's profits? Can you pull that up, Matthew? Like on average, what a healthy farm would be expected to make as a profit margin at the end of a farming season?
So farmer profit margins typically indicate high financial risk if their profit margin is below 10%. A healthy target profit margin for a farmer is about being above 25%. That's actually more than I thought. Actually, I mean
So-
that's not razor thin margins. That's just kind of low.
So that's kind of crazy. The oil companies are actually running on thinner margins than the farmers are because they're
Yeah,
making
I mean like the money though, like the raw money they're working with though. I mean, 10% of an oil company's like total gross revenue, like for profit, that's like worlds different than like 10% for a farmer. Those are much smaller numbers dealing with farmers.
Yeah, but still at the same time though, what we were saying is that an oil company probably has higher profit margins than a farmer, but farms actually make a higher profit margin than the oil companies do. And what I was saying before this that got us into looking at this is that the United States government basically organizes the cartel to destroy crops to artificially inflate the crop prices for people to make money. And by the government doing that, the farmers are actually making a higher percentage profit margin than the oil companies do, even with OPEC being a cartel that inflates the prices a good bit.
Yeah, I guess that's one way to look at it, possibly.
That's why, folks, we need to cut the tax bracket for the top 1% down to 5%. Like, so that way it can trickle down. But anyways, I'm definitely not saying that, but I am saying though that they aren't making the kind of profits that you would expect making a killing like that. At least I thought they'd be making a lot more than like 10% profit margin, but apparently they're making about that amount. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one. But a big thanks to you so much once again for support, Butte, and helping this channel to keep on running.
And we also have a 20 from Patrick Walters. And Patrick said the U.S. may have problems, but at least we don't have to eat the pet dogs. Oh my! That's stuff Ukraine had to deal with in war. I love America, and no matter who is president, we must support. Well, I do agree with you. Like we obviously, as Americans, we have a duty to be loyal to the country. That's unquestionable, in my opinion. If somebody's rooting against America, now that becomes a problem. But if they're criticizing the policy actions, that's patriotic, in my opinion. There's nothing more patriotic than pointing out something that could be a major misstep in foreign policy and saying that needs to be fixed. That should be a duty of every American. But if they start going into like, wishing that the United States falls or something like that, that's a whole different story right there. But Enforcer, what say you?
I definitely agree. Also, I do have to say, I've never heard of any cases of cannibalism in Ukraine because of the war. Like I've heard of them eating dogs, like that has happened from time to time, but eating people, I've never heard of that. So I would have to say I don't think that's ever happened. But beyond that, though, a citizen of the United States has a duty to be loyal to the country and to look out for its best interest, because the best interest of the country is the best interest of that individual. But at the same time, though, supporting the president is not unconditional, because like in a hypothetical scenario, to bring up an extreme here, what if the president announced one day that there was an extermination order out on the state of Minnesota and the National Guard and the Army were going to go in and wipe everybody out who lived in Minnesota? Where in the world does the support end? Say once actions become extreme, it's always the duty of a loyal citizen of a constitutional or a federal republic, because it is their right to criticize the government and to call it out and even vote against a president when they're taking bad actions, or to openly criticize it. That's why we have freedom of the press, is that way people can go out and they can criticize the president, and they can also criticize the president and the government however they want in whatever capacity they want, because that's what a concerned and a upstanding citizen who truly does care for the country would do. Because if you watch a president say start running the country into the ground, like for example, we say we're dissolving the U.S. military and we're going to let the Russians come over as a peacekeeping force, clearly support for the president that is unconditional becomes a very ill-fated kind of a concept, because also at that point, if we just support the president no matter what he does, what's to stop them from creating a dictatorship? And because it's expected to have undying obedience to just some man in an office of the president, you know, there's literally nobody who ever opposes anything he does, so he's basically a dictator at that point.
And also, if the founding fathers didn't intend it that way, then why was the First Amendment created? I mean, they made that for a reason, because they specifically wanted to protect people to be able to speak their mind in this country. And that's not for just people, you know, running their mouth to each other like the normal everyday people. That First Amendment protection is protection against government retaliation. That's what that's all about. So they literally intended that way. That's why there's the First Amendment in the first place.
Also, they intended it that way because the Congress doesn't have to give undying support to the president, neither does the Supreme Court through checks and balances. The Congress can impeach a president if they don't like what he's doing and it's that bad or it's that criminal, and the Supreme Court can shoot down an executive order or a congressional act from either branch and say that it's completely uncalled for and unconstitutional and unlawful for that matter. So like the idea of supporting the nation, that is a duty of every citizen, but having some sort of a notion of undying allegiance to a president or the Congress or a specific Congress member or anything like that starts to fall apart pretty quickly once you start to push that to the extreme, because there has to be a breaking point for support. Otherwise, they could do whatever they want to, and it's basically a dictatorship at that point. I saw someone say, your bias is showing. It's like, I don't know how, because it's like, you know, under any president that could happen if everybody just could never oppose anything they did and say, I don't agree with that, and that's a bad idea. Any president could create a dictatorship. Biden could, if the current guy could, if that rule applied to everybody, and that's why the rule shouldn't apply. That's also why we have a democracy, because of the notion that you're supposed to have just infinite support for the president. Why even vote? I mean, he's just the chosen one. You know, let him be the president forever until he dies, and then let him appoint his successor because he's never wrong, and we support him unconditionally. Then at that point, we basically have a monarchy or something along those lines. But I do thank you for the support, and I certainly see where you're coming from on that. But at the same time, support for an individual has limits. Patriotism and loyalty to the nation does not have a limit. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a $50 support from Game Theory, and thank you very much, Game Theory, for that support once again. They said, can y'all talk about Eisenhower's farewell address? And yes, we can. Eisenhower's my favorite president, so I know about the farewell address that he made right there. The main thing that he warned against when he left office in 1961 is he warned about the military-industrial complex. That's what he warned about mainly. That's a common term that a lot of people throw around these days, and you know that's sort of where it came from to a large degree. But he warned about that industrial complex basically becoming too large, essentially. And also, by the way, just for context, Eisenhower was a 5-star general. So, I mean, he was in the military. So if anybody had like a preference for something, it would have been him. He was literally in the military. So he warned the citizens to guard against that influence and not to let it grow into too big of a deal. That's what he warned about. Also, he warned about wars being too costly. He also warned that generally, you know, every gun purchase, warship, and even rockets being fired was basically stealing from the hungry and the cold in America, which it is true. But I will say at the same time, there are wars worth fighting. But at the same time, you have to pick those wars carefully. We shouldn't be so eager to just jump into any war anywhere around the world. It has to be worthwhile. And also, he did warn about plundering natural resources for short-term convenience, which sort of harkens back to the idea of, like, you know, what do they call it? Deforesting, like strip deforesting the national parks and stuff like that. He warned against that. He said, don't do that. He said, absolutely do not plunder the natural resources just for short-term convenience. I have a feeling that Eisenhower would roll over in his grave if he could see what was happening with the data center situation. But Enforcer, what say you?
Oh, well, I think he'd be rolling over in his grave. And what happened in Montana today? Did you hear about that?
I'm scared to ask what happened.
So there's federally protected grasslands up in Montana that have been that way for like 70 or 80 years or something. I think since like the Eisenhower period or the FDR period, that they've been allowing bison to graze on. And as we all know, bison are an endangered species. They used to roam the continent in the tens of millions. Now there's only about, I think, like 10,000 or 100,000 or so, very small number. The president has actually declared today that those are no longer federally protected grasslands, and the bison that are, I think, in the hundreds or thousands up there are going to have to be either exterminated or relocated somewhere because they're going to allow for private development on that land now.
Yeah, it's that sucks. I mean, they really shouldn't tear our country up just to make a buck. But that's a problem though. Like people these days have no problem whatsoever destroying stuff for short-term gain because to some people, all that matters is they have a good life. They don't give a damn about the children that come after them. They don't care about the animals, the wildlife. It's all about just, I need to go buy a Porsche. I need to go buy a 10,000 foot house, square foot house. I need to go buy this. I need to go buy that. My wife needs this. My wife needs that. It's just materialism gone wild. And it's like, do we really want to tear our whole country up and leave nothing for the future generations? It's like, it's all that matters, on average, the average person lives 75 years. Is that all that matters? Your 75 years on the planet? I was like, it's selfishness to the extreme. It's really sickening. I'm getting sick of it.
Yeah, it gets really sick. And also on top of that, another thing is, folks, is that people are like, well, it needs to be done. It's like, you don't know how like little profits are made in like the timber industry and just going through and clear cutting national forests. You lose the entire ecosystem of that forest, vital for the economy, mind you, like in a very abstract way, very vital for the economy. We strip forest the thing, completely deprive the public of public available lands for the larger part. And we do that for them to make a little bit of money for 1 year, and then they move on to another area and they deforest it. And it doesn't really provide any long-term profits that are substantial enough to be able to justify the long-term loss of public lands that are maintained by the National Park Service or the Forest Service for the benefit of the citizenry and for the benefit of our nation's natural resources. It just doesn't add up. It's just prioritizing short-term gain for the largest long-term losses that there could be. That's why these places exist, like the National Forest, the National Grasslands, and the National Parks, is because back in the day, people used to go around strip logging, strip mining, everything that they could in sight, and it was ripping this country apart. That's why we saw that the National Park Service was founded and the National Forestry Service was given humongous tracts of land. When all added up, it's the size of Texas to be able to protect and to ensure that it's around for the future. It's because these are vital national resources that can't just be perverted or destroyed for some very short-term gain for the long-term detriment of our nation. And nowadays, people are just willing to cut it up, divvy it out, and destroy it, basically, so that way a couple of their friends can maybe make a couple of million here over the next year, and then deprive the nation of billions of dollars, a priceless fortune, in the bountiful nature that's provided in this country that'll be destroyed forever because of the greed of a few. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Count Air. And thank you very much, Count Air, for that $20 support. He said, as a solo attorney working in AI regulation and policy, and my goodness, I bet that's an interesting field to be in right now with this whole mess with AI. But he said, there is definitely enough misinformation about the field. And I appreciate Matt always speaking up and seeking accuracy as best you guys can. And keep up the great work and LSA. And I'll say this: I like to keep things honestly. Mainly, if I'm being totally honest, we like to keep things as accurate as possible for legal reasons. We don't want to misstate something, then somebody gets mad and is like, "Hey, send the cease and desist or something like that." That's mainly why I go through all that effort to correct minute details like that on certain topics. But I will say, I don't hate AI, but at the same time, though, I don't want to destroy the country building these massive, obscene data centers everywhere just so we can have AI. It's like, is AI really benefiting the people? No, not really. It's not really benefiting the people. It's benefiting, I guess, the government and maybe like a select few of people. And for the rest of us, it just makes cute cat pictures. But for the others, it makes them money. So, it seems like an unfair trade. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to agree. It seems like an unfair trade to me. And also, I don't know if y'all have heard, and I gotta say, folks, it's like, damn, it's like, how in the hell can this happen? China actually made a court ruling in their highest court in communist China which I don't know how the hell this went on, because this is actually someone was like, damn, this is actually pretty decent. They made a court ruling stating that anybody who is being fired from a company in China due to replace them with AI is actually an unlawful termination, and there is a process to sue to be able to collect damages or force reinstatement in that company for wrongful termination of employment. And on the other hand, like, and I gotta say, folks, really tough when you gotta sit there and say the communists are doing something a little bit better than we are. On the other hand, in Congress, I think it was in 2024 or 2025, the Congress actually passed an act saying that they would not be able to pass any regulation of any form on AI for the next 10 years on anything. And it's like, how the hell, like, are the communists, which, mind you, are communists and authoritarians at that, working to regulate the emerging industry better than we are in that case to protect the individual, and we're basically allowing AI to just curb stomp everybody and steamroll them for the next 10 years, and the government isn't going to do anything about it. That's never been done in history, mind you all, in this country. Whenever there's a new or emerging industry in this country, the government usually steps in to regulate it so that way progress doesn't outpace public good and end up destroying the public good in the process. And I don't know why in the world that was overturned this time, and now they're saying, oh, well, now we're going to let AI basically steamroll everybody in the name of progress and completely sacrifice the public good as a result. Really kind of a wild thing. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to none other than Right Geek Project, and thank you very much, Right Geek, for that 20. They said, is the blockade of Hormuz affecting China at all? It looks like China might come out on top of all this right here if we continue on this trajectory, losing money, men, and leverage with no outcome, and China continues to do business as usual.
China is generally being affected by it, not to a significant degree yet, but we believe that they will most likely be affected similarly to the United States in the long run, because not really a lot of oil is getting out to them anymore either from any of their conventional sources, which were the Gulf states and Iran. So a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from C146, and thank you very much for that $10 support. They said the Strait will remain closed until morale and gas prices improve.
Well, I suppose. A good reference, by the way, C146. And a big thanks to you for support, and we're on to the next one.
And also, by the way, I saw really quickly, because we're starting to run a little bit overtime here, but Counter said there are a lot of individuals and small businesses actually benefiting from AI. And you are right. Like, I agree with you on that. Right now, in the short term, they're benefiting. But what they're doing, though, is they're getting some short-term money by helping to build AI. And once AI is in place, zap, there goes their income permanently. They'll never get it back. They're basically training their replacement, essentially, by doing that. So in the short term, it's great for them. Long term, not so great, unless they turn out to be some type of, like data center, like technician or something like that. Then they're going to be out of an income for the most part. At least that's the way I see it. But unfortunately, we're about to weigh in for a move on.
Oh, no, we can move on. We can move on.
And our next one here goes to Bill Carswell. He puts in the 10. He said, doesn't the U.S. know that they're currently making the U.S. look weak right now and ineffective with these decisions, and LSA forever?
I don't really know if they realize it. I have a feeling that they probably think, we look so strong doing whatever we want. But in reality, it makes us look pretty weak because nobody really works off of that kind of mindset. And that mindset's delusional if that's what they're really thinking, which sadly I think they are. But a big thanks to you for support. I hope that addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Con45 once again. He put in a 10. He said, Chicken Tuesday at Popeyes with some sauce.
Ooh, that sounds good. I'm starving to death right now. I'll have to see about getting some of that. It sounds tasty, to say the least. Tasty.
Oh, wait. I love that chicken at Popeyes.
I gotta tell you, those Popeyes biscuits, though, they will choke you to death. You try and chew one of those,
that was
it's like concrete.
That was unintentional. I didn't mean to sound like that impersonation right there. I was trying to do the commercial thing, but it kind of came out like that.
Man, Andy had to stop me in my tracks right there. I started doing the drum, and he's like, whoa, I didn't mean it like that. But anyways, a big thanks to you for support. Honestly, man, it did sound just like him, though. I was like, damn. I was like, that's crazy. He's doing an impersonation of him right now. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Kanan, and thank you very much, Kanan, for that 10. They said, my first super chat, excuse me. He said, I enjoy your guys' show, and you guys are great, and thank you, by the way. He said, I'm
Hey.
tired of giving the benefit right now to the U.S. leadership after today. This is becoming an absolute clown show, but nevertheless, LOT, LSA.
And long live the Leah Spring Army, and long live the Republic, by God's providence, hopefully. But beyond that, I would have to say that I thank you so much for your first super chat. Really enjoying the channel, and you know, it is what it is these days. Getting annoyed with foreign policy. I'll be honest with you, I've been annoyed with foreign policy from this administration ever since they threatened to invade Greenland. That was basically the tipping point for me, where I went from, oh, well, you know, eventually they'll get their act together. I was like, these people are stupid. I was like, who the hell would ever even suggest something like this? And, you know, now here we are. It just keeps going. You know, and a lot of people I know in the military, and all other sorts of things, they're like, damn, the guy who was put in charge of this department in the government by the current guy is stupid. And I'm like, well, you know, it's like, you know, if you think that, foreign policy is about as bad at this point. But a big thing is to your support and help this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, we have here a $10 support from Music Uploader once again, and thank you very much for that support right there. He said the only thing that's ceased right now is the balls behind America. They said that the Iranian TV is just mocking the United States right now, and they say that the U.S. should hand over our uranium to Iran. Well, who said that? Who the hell said that? They're crazy. They're over there like they must be smoking the something out of the fields over there or something. That stuff. I don't know what they're smoking.
They smoking out loud because they ain't getting crap like that. They've been mocking us though through the whole war, even when they were actually getting beat up pretty badly in the air campaigns. They were still clowning on us because that's basically what adversaries do in a war. So I don't really look at what they're saying too much to judge how things are going, because they'll always be dissing on us. They were dissing on us for, you know, decades before the war. What I look at it though to judge whether it's going well is how good we're doing, and we're not doing too good at the moment, unfortunately. But I do thank you so much for the support and help this channel to keep on running, because it is folks like you who help to make this channel possible and help us to keep this thing running. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Justin R. He said, does that mean that the two destroyers that crossed into the northern part of the Strait of Hormuz are now stuck in the Persian Gulf?
I'm guessing no. I think they can make it back through, because if they were able to make it in this time, I'm assuming that the last time they claimed they made it through and out, they did. So apparently they can pass through. I don't know how, but I'm guessing that they can get back out the way they came in. But a huge thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Cam So Smooth, and thank you for that 10, by the way. They said, is the hesitation of the U.S. attacking Iran because of Congress, and the current administration is all over the place? And no, it's not because of that. I know they're doing the whole like legal charade and stuff like that, trying to make it seem like the ceasefire somehow reset the 60-day War Powers Act guideline, which is not the way it works. We've gone over that before. It's definitely not the way it works. They're trying to play legal games with that. But they could probably get approval for war if they wanted to get it. They could probably actually get it. But the problem is, though, for some reason, they're not wanting to do that. I'm not sure if maybe it's just ego getting in the way of wanting to have to ask Congress for approval for the war or what it is. But I personally would think that they could probably get it. I think they would have the support. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would think that they could get it too, but like Matthew's saying, I don't really know what it is that's stopping them. And also on top of that, the Congress technically didn't even bring a vote on it and said that there wasn't a war. So pretty much just denying the existence of the whole conflict to where it could continue, and they wouldn't even bring up an issue of it, or at least the Speaker of the House wouldn't, because they're claiming that it's not even in war at all. So I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. And a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Music Uploader yet again. He said, "Where's John Bolton when the admin needs him?
Bolton.
Maybe if you kept an insane dude like Bolton, this wouldn't be our predicament. But all the more proof that he doesn't listen to anyone but themselves." LSA. John Bolton was a very feared individual, by the way. He was definitely someone. There he is, right there. Look at him. Look at him with that mustache. When this fella showed up in a place, he apparently sent tremors through the foreign affairs officials of foreign countries because rumor has it that he was always sort of leaning toward the extreme option. So everybody was kind of scared of that because they're like, oh, damn, if Bolton's in the room, he's probably going to be giving the recommendation to be extreme. At least that's what I've heard anecdotally from people. Honestly, at this point, I'm not sure if Bolton would help or hurt the situation. I think he might actually hurt the situation to a certain degree. But he's no longer around the president anymore. There's a whole there's a whole thing with that. He's not around the president anymore. But Enforcer, what say you?
Man, back in the day, presidents used to be like, "Oh, you don't want to agree to my terms? Oh, merry man!" And you see him come in the room, get him, Bob. It's like, hey, it's John Bolton. He's here to threaten everybody in the room. It's like, yeah, or at least, man, John Bolton. Like, I gotta say, folks, some people be like, damn, more Hawk. People like this have their place in the government because when you need to be diplomatic with people, you bring out one type of person. When you need to get the message across that you're kind of getting tired of things and you're getting ready to start getting down to business, you bring in Bolton. Because Bolton will bolt you now, and like he get you in a good tight spot from what they say. But sadly,
You want a guy like this in the room, though. Like you
yeah.
want a guy like if you have a cabinet, you want a guy that's a war hawk like this on your cabinet. Not because you need to be a war hawk, but just because you need to balance them out. You need the war hawk and you need the peace lover all at the same table, and then you need hopefully, maybe the president could be the middle of the road mediator between the two. That would be the most ideal situation. But you want extreme from the war hawk side and the other side, just so that way you can hear the debate between the two, and the mediator, which should be the president, can decide which one sounds more credible than the other. So, I mean, he has it, like you're saying, he has a place, but you don't want to rely just on his side because, he might lean a certain way and you don't want to go down the extreme road every time.
Oh yes, you certainly don't want to do that. That would not be a good idea. But still, it would be good to bring him around because, like, I gotta say, folks, kind of like Dick Cheney, this guy was in it for the love of the game, apparently, and he would go for it. And I think right now that probably would have been something we needed because, like, Bolton does it in a way though that isn't just overtly aggressive for the hell of it, like the Secretary of War who goes, "We're killing cartel members and we love it." Like this guy was like Dick Cheney, really technical when it got down to it. Loved the war side of things, but he would really make sure that it went well because succeeding obviously is the end goal of the whole charade, basically. So, maybe, but the thing is, though, I see some people saying, "Oh, Bolton's definitely behind this." Bolton is in a huge spat right now with the office of the president. If I'm not mistaken, Matthew, isn't he under like some sort of investigation or was at some point?
I can't remember for certain what it was, but there's definitely some bad blood, to say the least. That's an understatement.
Yeah, so generally, not really someone who would be willing to help at this point, probably, or would even be on the table to help, because that would be stepping down really low for the high and mighty to go and ask Bolton to help him because there's a whole bunch of ego stuff going on there. But a big thanks to you for support, and with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Ian Mitson, and thank you, Ian, as well. He said they are just terrified that any loss of material or life will be a huge hit on their ego. So now it's like they say, it's okay, no war, we were just kidding. It's kind of pathetic.
It kind of is. Like you kind of hit that on the nail a good bit. But a huge thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Game Theory, and thank you, Game Theory, as well. They said, what about pipelines and railroads for oil transport of Gulf oil-producing countries?
Generally, there's just not enough railroad infrastructure in the Middle East to do that. Pipelines could be built, but they would probably take a couple of years to be built, meaning that it wouldn't be able to deal with the situation as we're seeing it right now, meaning that those scenarios or workarounds are off the table, and we still have to deal with the situation directly at the moment. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Grand Moff Clubby, and thank you, Grand Moff, for that support. They said the current leadership doesn't seem to care what happens. I think these actions are deliberate, and they... let's see here. I'll have to watch out for the rest. But he said LLT, and long live the Empire.
Long live the Lee Spring Army, and I'd have to say that I don't know if it's I don't know if it's deliberate. I would say honestly, it looks incompetent to me. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Crispy, and thank you very much, Crispy, for that $10 support and also keeping the channel running. And while we're at it, a big shout out to Zodis, who put in a 5, and also Monster Lab, who put in a 5 as well. And we appreciate all 3 of you very much for that support. We also have a 10 from Unlinked Block, who puts in a 10. They said, is the negative demeanor towards our foreign policy prominently due to how the Strait is being handled, or in general, LSA? For me personally, it's in general, because the way the administration has treated Ukraine for pretty much no reason whatsoever has been appalling, in my opinion. And Ukraine, well, you know, they're fighting against Russia, which is a natural adversary of the United States. So we should be friendly with Ukraine. We should be trying to help them with that, because in the modern 2026 era of warfare, proxy wars are the way to go, and that's what we've been doing. And Ukraine was a proxy against Russia, so why the hell they messed that up, I don't understand. Also, the Strait of Hormuz, that is one, that's basically that's like messing with a nuke, is messing with the Strait of Hormuz. It's that bad. So, I mean, it's just really in general, like, it's a lot of bad decisions being made across the board. It's like a lack of common sense when it comes to foreign policy. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say it's in general. It's been building up over the past year and a half, but one bad decision has led to it being upped one. Like, for example, starting off, the U.S. started to get involved in basically every single war in the world and tried to negotiate ceasefires that would never work because nobody wanted one, which was really goofy. But that was like minorly goofy. Like, it wasn't anything too big, and it wasn't going to be detrimental to America in any huge way. Still annoying. Then we started to shaft Ukraine, just went out of our way to shaft them, completely cut off most, if not all, support at this point, and continue to treat the Russians like they're actually the good side for the larger part, which is ridiculous. Then we threatened to invade and annex Greenland, basically alienating the entirety of the European part of the NATO alliance, which was asinine. We also conducted the whole tariff deal on everybody as well, which didn't do any good for the U.S. economy then, and still isn't doing the U.S. economy any good here in the future, which was a completely asinine idea, going, the countries will pay for it, when in reality it is the importer that pays the tariff, and that's why the Supreme Court deemed that unconstitutional and said the U.S. government had to pay everybody back for the tariffs that they had to pay to the U.S. government to import the stuff. And let's see what
And they took that, they got those companies passed that cost on from the tariffs to the consumer paid the price for the tariffs, the companies benefited from it, and now the companies are getting the refund from the people that paid it. It's insanity. It's basically like a wealth transfer from the people to the companies, is essentially what that turned into.
Yeah, absolutely ridiculous and stupid. And then there was the Venezuela deal where we go, like, and I gotta say, not a big fan of Venezuela, but definitely wrong time to deal with them. We could have dealt with them later. They weren't a big enough threat then. And then when we dealt with them, we did basically the same thing with Iran, which is a botch job, where we went down and we yanked out Maduro and took him out of the country and put him in a prison up here. And now the country's being run by his right-hand lady, Delcy Rodriguez, and the whole Hugo Chavez socialist regime that was running the country under Maduro is still running the country, and now we're pretending like everything changed, which it didn't. Now we've moved on to our next whole F up, which is the Middle East and Iran. And this one's like the crown jewel of a myriad of mistakes and foreign policy disasters that have been made. And in the midst of this, folks, we're already cooking up the next one, which will be the biggest, which is that we're basically telling Taiwan right now we're probably not going to be there to help them if China tries to invade them. So we're already cooking up the next even worse foreign policy failure. So the truth of it is, it's not just the Strait of Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz is the most aggravating and frustrating, and it's definitely running out my patience. But my patience has been running out on this whole clown show for a year and a couple of months at this point. But a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
I feel like they're getting their war strategy and like the general foreign policy from like Sun Tzu's Art of War or something. You know how the goofy lines out of Art of War. It's like, if an enemy leaves a door open, you must rush in. Like stupid stuff like that. Like, it's like I feel like they're getting their whole strategy from the Art of War. It's like that book is not meant to be a framework for like how you actually conduct things. Like you might be able to read it and be like, oh look, that's a cute line right there or something, but you don't actually want to take that and run with it. But anyways, though, moving on to our next one. This one goes to Myvery, who puts in a 10, and thank you very much for the support. They said, searching for copium, could all the lies and mishandling of the Iran war by the U.S. Be to put other countries in desperate situations so they would be willing to make bad deals in order to have the U.S. open the strait?
I would say, maybe. But I would have a feeling probably not. It's giving a little bit too much credit at this point for an administration that's clearly flailing around every day and doesn't really know what it's doing and what a grander plan would be. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And also, Matthew, you made me pull up Sun Tzu, The Art of War on the side, and just to give a little moment. I know we're running overtime here, but I gotta read at least one of these. Earth compromises distances, great and small, danger and security, open ground and narrow passes, the chances of life and death.
Give us a more straightforward one.
Let's see here.
Scroll to the beginning of the book. Is this the beginning right here? Like, there's some goofy ones in here. Like, I've read this book a little bit. There's some
Rule 1: the art of war is of vital importance to the state.
Written like a true commie.
Oh my god. It is a matter of life and death, a road either to safety or to ruin. Hence it is a subject of inquiry which on no account can be neglected. It's like honestly, folks, people blow this book up so much and hype it up when you don't know what it means or you haven't read it yet. And then when you actually get around to reading it, it's literally like the most it's like a elementary school kids concept of war. Like, that is Sun Tzu's The Art of War. This book is so overhyped.
It sounds
it's
familiar.
Unbelievable.
It sounds very familiar, man. It sounds familiar. That elementary concept of war. It sounds like a familiar concept, theme here.
Man, look at this. Like, heaven signifies night and day, cold and heat, times and seasons. Basically, that means be aware of the weather. That's what Rule 7 is. Know the weather when you're in a war. No shit. Like, who needs to hear that? Like, this is good for somebody who has no concept of what a war actually is or how it's fought. For anybody who knows anything about war, coming back to this is literally coming back to, like, War for Dummies, like, kind of rules. Like, let me pick out one more and then we're gonna move on. All warfare is based on deception. Jeez, man. I bet you, man, if the current admin actually read this book, they'd be leaning on that one so hard. I can already hear the Hegseth going, it's warfare is based on deception. Sun Tzu said it. That's why we're like all over the place every day and we don't know what the hell we're doing. It's deception. It's like, good God. Oh my God. Anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, so our next one here goes to none other than Yankee Fan, who puts in a 10. And they said, hi, guys, I just want to let you know that I get to see that big boy as it comes to Ohio soon. I cannot wait in LSA.
Oh, I can't wait for you either. It's the first time it's going to be over there. It's never left Union Pacific trackage before, and now it is. It's crazy, and it will be going over the Horseshoe Curve too, which is going to be really cool. Big shout out to all the folks in Altoona who will get to see that. But a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel keep running, and I hope you have a blast seeing the big boy. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, someone said in the chat, Nick said, Sun Tzu never waste an opportunity to use war to manipulate markets to profit off of. No, he never said that. He never. There's nothing in there about insider trading. Like, there's nothing in Sun Tzu's Art of War. That is a fake quote right there, sir. That is a fake quote. Actually, I thought it was going to be comedy. I didn't know what that was going to say.
Actually, Matthew, chapter 4, Rule 20 on novices in war. Rule 20 states, when confronted by those clerics of the Imperial Council who question your competencies as an amateur officer, you should claim that they are fake news and say that they are such a great disgrace.
I think there's also another chapter in there that says, comrade, deny everything, attack, reverse victim, and offender. I think there's something in there that says that too. It just happens to be that's the abuser trick right there.
I think there's also another one that says something along the lines of the petty bourgeoisie own the means of production and the proletariat have been oppressed and suffering in the masses by the hands of the petty bourgeoisie and must conduct violence. Wait a minute. That's the Communist Manifesto by Karl Marx. They basically go hand in hand in China, in the PLA at least. But anyways, and also the Little Red Book by Mao. That's like the holy trifecta PLA dog shit. It's the Art of War by Sun Tzu, the Communist Manifesto by Karl Marx, and the Little Red Book.
Yeah, also, one last phrase right here. Sun Tzu always said, I remember Sun Tzu for this one. In his old age, he said this one right here. He said, nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen. That's what he said in his very old age right there. I think he might have been getting dementia, Mr. Tzu, when he said that one. But anyways, though, getting into our next super chat, this one goes to Josh Chamberlain, who puts in a 7. And thank you very much, Josh, for that support. He said, I've been listening since the beginning or close to here in Canada, and my 7-week-old smile is at the intro, and the 8-year-old dances to it. LSA, and keep it up.
well, that's really cool to hear, and I love to know that they enjoy it. I think it's a high-stepping, high-flying intro there, and I got to say thank you so much, Josh, for enjoying it since the beginning, and thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, and I hope that as addressed that incredibly well. And with that, long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never truly die. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from South Runner, who said, "Hola" from south of border, and it is late to celebrate Cinco de Moscow with taco and cold drink.
Oh, by the way, happy Cinco de Mayo to everyone. Wonderful holiday. Actually,
I knew it was, by the way. I cashed in at Chipotle today. They had a little special going on for that little thing right there. I didn't even know it was that day, but I was like, they had a little special, and I cashed in.
Oh man, you know what Cinco de Mayo actually is like a holiday, what it stands for?
Yeah, it means free guac and chips from Chipotle.
Amen, brother. Like, amen, brother. But do you really know what it's for? Do you really?
Not really, no.
Oh, well, let me tell you, this is actually an interesting one. So, here in America, a lot of people think that it's Mexican Independence Day, but they would be wrong. Mexican Independence Day is actually in September. The whole reason that Cinco de Mayo exists is because back in the very beginning of the Cold War, we got concerned that the communists would start to make May Day, which is kind of a communist holiday, a really big thing, and it obviously happens in May, in early May, that is. So, the CIA basically cooked up this whole fake holiday around the Battle of Puebla, which was on the 5th of May, and called it Cinco de Mayo, so that way we could kind of like supplant the whole deal with that on May Day with Cinco de Mayo and just completely remove May Day from being any type of a holiday or a possible holiday in the United States. Worked very well. And it also gives everybody an excuse here in America, which I think is a great one, to have a tequila and a taco, and some margaritas and whatnot. And, pretty decent holiday all around, but it's kind of a fake one, really. But anyways, and also someone said, wrong. Let me make sure. Hang on, folks. Because that's what I heard. But let me check. Yeah, so Mexican Independence Day is September 16th of 2026. I think that story actually stands up if I'm not mistaken. But look into it, folks. Make sure. Because I heard that just yesterday, and I was listening to a YouTube video, and I was like, what? I was like, I didn't know that. But, take that with a grain of salt. Might not be an accurate video. But it sounded like an interesting story. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have 5 from Fuzz, and thank you for that support. They said, look at all the PAT and MUSL flights to Raven Rock and Camp David tonight.
And I got to say, we'll have to look into that. Turp. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Raven Rock and Camp David. I've never heard of those places. I wouldn't know where those are. That sounds like something that could be a myth, possibly. But our next one here goes to Ian Mitson, who puts in a 5. They said, thank you for the hard work and long hours, Enforcers. Take one from the chat, and thanks again.
And a huge thanks to you for the kind words and the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because it is folks like you who help to make this thing possible and help us to keep it running. And so with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Denizen, who said, I think they hit a mine and realized that they couldn't escort the ships.
And I'd have to say, a big thanks to you for the support. It's deep thought right there. And I would have to say they probably didn't, because they don't look damaged, and they also had to be, they appeared to have a pretty big wake behind them near Dubai, showing that they were still traveling at speed, and damaged ships cannot travel at speed. Also, by the way, I have to say, folks, really quickly, I just pulled it up, and that statement that I just made about the whole Cinco de Mayo thing was incorrect. I'm going to have to start verifying the channels that I'm listening to documentaries from, because they made that sound really convincing, and that was wrong. It actually was declared as a national holiday in Mexico in 1862. So that was a completely incorrect video that was put out about that. I don't know why. I don't know. Folks, when I listen to documentaries on YouTube, I feel like generally I can trust most of the channels that I watch. Apparently, I can't trust that one. I'm not going to say which one that one was, but I literally listened to like a 15-minute documentary on that yesterday. I was like, wow, that's like really interesting. I did not know that. And that kind of is a little bit weird that it isn't Mexican Independence Day, because I did Google that. But apparently, that was just a completely misinformational video. That is honestly kind of sad, because I generally trust YouTube and people like us who are creators on YouTube to verify their stuff, and apparently that was just made up crap. So I'm gonna have to eat my foot on that one, like majorly. That's completely wrong. It was actually the defeat in the Battle of Puebla against the French occupational forces in the French intervention in Mexico. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from PIF, who said, Cinco on Cinco de Mayo.
And I'd agree. And a big thanks to you for your support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Clark. He said, thanks for the great work and buy yourself 1 gallon of gas in downstate Illinois.
Thank you. Bless you, sir. Like, I thank you greatly. And I got to thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to get a gallon of gas and a gallon of tears. And a big thanks to you so much once again, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Ashton, who said, there's a certain situation coming up here domestically in the United States, and boots on the ground could mean political trouble. That could be what's happening.
Oh, well, you never know. But with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Game Theory, who said, how hard is it to learn Chinese?
I've tried to learn Chinese. It's pretty hard because their character system isn't at all like an alphabet. Generally, you have to memorize the characters themselves and what they look like, and I find that very difficult. So I tried to learn Mandarin, and I didn't do that well at it. I get a huge amount of respect for Xiaoma NYC, who's a polyglot, who knows dozens, if not hundreds of languages probably at this point. He speaks fluent Mandarin, Cantonese, and everything else. I would never be able to do that unless if I spent years learning how to do it, and that guy does it in multiple other languages with ease. But a big thanks to you for support.
I know a little bit. I've just picked up a little bit over time. Watch out, Bing Shaling. Like I know that one. Like that one's been around for a minute. That means something about I think it was I can't remember what was that, ice cream or something like that. I think it means ice cream or something. Bing Shaling is ice cream in Chinese, I think, Mandarin. But anyways, enough of that rambling right there. Our next one goes to C146, who puts in a 5. They said donut and donostat, and they put in some coordinates to it.
Oh, I thank you for sharing that, C146. And I wish I could pull up those coordinates, but sadly, we are pressed for time. But a huge thanks to you for support, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from LSA Worm and a 5 from TY. Thank you both LSA Worm and TY for that support, and we do appreciate that. We also have a 5 from Patrick Walters. He said, the problem with our country is we all need to move to the center in politics, and both parties have good and bad. And they really should, by the way, because people basically disenfranchise themselves voluntarily when they get involved in party politics these days, because neither party's really working in anybody's interest, if we're being perfectly honest. There's a couple things that they do to like throw people a bone to keep them engaged with their party, but they don't ever really fix the root core problems because they wouldn't have anything to campaign on if they fixed it. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would agree with that. Generally, everyone should become more centered aligned like they used to be and vote in the way that seems best for the country, because the Democrats and the Republicans clearly do not have the answers good enough that people ought to be voting straight blue and red ticket every election, because they're not that damn good. I mean, look at them. I mean, like the amount of corruption in them, the stupidity, the ignorance, the insider corruption, the favoritism. There's no reason to really like blindly support either of those groups. Like, you have to vote for one or the other at the end of the day. It's just basically how the political system works. But being dead loyal to any of them would be a joke and basically throwing away your vote and treating your vote like it doesn't count. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Ross Nibb, all the way down from Australia. And thank you very much, Ross, for that support. And it just hit me right there. It's really insane when you think about it, that Ross is in Australia. He donated from Australia and to a channel that's all the way out in Utah in the 50 states in America. It's really insane if you really put thought to that, which these days we take that for granted because we're all connected with the internet. But that's really wild that Ross is sitting in Australia and we're sitting in Utah and he just donated to the channel. Kind of crazy. But Ross said, I know your channel is called The Enforcer, but since this administration took the reins, it seems like your show might be called The Mythbusters. We can't call it the Fog of War. More like the Secretary of War might be having some brain fog.
Oh, man. But I gotta say, big thanks to your support. And honestly, we might change the name of the channel to Mythbusters. I mean, it almost is basically that these days. It's like, oh, by the way, everyone, the Department of Defense just said we won the war. Well, it turns out they're shooting at us still, in Iran, so it doesn't look like the war is over even. That's basically been going on for months. So yeah, maybe we'll change it to Mythbusters. But I have a feeling that we probably get a cease and desist if we tried. But still, a big thanks to you for support. I hope that this addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a find from Patrick Walters once again. He said, I was saying that house pets became strays and were, doing some eating due to hunger.
Oh, I thought you meant the people were eating the people. No, yeah, the dogs actually did eat people. Like, that's something we saw a good bit. Never showed it on air, but of course, it was against YouTube's terms of service to show something like that. But yeah, that did happen a lot, actually. You are correct. So big thanks for your support, and thank you for clarifying that, because I thought you meant people were committing cannibalism. I was like, no, it's like that never happened. Like, usually they would, be evacuated before something like that happened, or they would eat dogs, but they never go to the point of eating other people. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a find from Ray. He said, I enjoy the balanced approach you guys have.
And a big thanks to you for the support, and thank you for enjoying the balanced approach and helping this channel to keep on running. And a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a find from Game Theory, and he lists out some names of pilots here that unfortunately I can't read on the air because I'm not sure if people will take it the wrong way or not. But thank you very much, Game Theory, for that support, and we do appreciate that once more. We also have a 3 from Salt, and thank you very much, Salt, for that support. I feel like there's plenty of salt to go around right now, but we do appreciate that. We also have a 2 from Smarzig, who said India is buying most of the Venezuelan oil, FYI.
And I thank you for supporting and sharing that with us. I actually didn't know that. So big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a find from Kyle Padell. He said they had a scene in The Sopranos where Paulie is listening to The Art of War. He takes out the rival landscapers.
I haven't watched a whole load of Sopranos. I know a lot of the memes and the clips from the show. But The Sopranos was a really good, really funny show, at least in the clips that I see of it every once in a while. And I also watched the first season all the way through. It was pretty decent. It wasn't too bad. But a big thanks to you so much for the support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
You wouldn't believe this, Chrissy. He's an interior decorator.
I guess you could say he was greasing the union. But man,
His house looked like shit.
Oh, dude, yeah, that one was a good one. And then
you missed it.
Wait,
he missed it.
Have you seen that one? I'm like dying over here right now. I just don't sound like it. I'm so starving, man. My stomach is literally roaring right now. But man, have you seen that meme lately that's shown up where it's Tony Soprano and he's out there on the drive with his wife and she's like, "What? What do you want?" And then he holds up the orange juice. It says,
I want some pulp.
I want some pulp. And then she threw a TV remote at him or something. Dude, that one was hilarious. That one was really funny. But with that, a big thanks to you so much once again. And we are on to the next one.
We also have another 5 from Game Theory, and thank you for that support, by the way. They said, Matt, you are a smarter news anchor than the ones who read those names on the air. Oh, thank you for that, by the way. That's the problem. That's the problem when people get too comfortable with teleprompters. They don't know how to freestyle. They don't know how to talk. They start reading off scripts and they just become a cog in a machine, basically. And I don't want to be a cog in a machine. I don't want that. I want to be a free thinker. These days, that's dangerous. That's very dangerous, in fact. People don't like it when you do that. They want you to stay on script. And you know what? I don't like the script. I threw the script away. So did the enforcer. We don't have a script. We're just doing this off the dome. And some people would probably be like, well, yeah, I can tell you're doing it off the dome, you idiot. But I don't care. But enforcer, what say you?
Man, the people who will say shit like that, if you ever even put a damn camera in front of their face, they'd hardly be able to utter out a sentence. It's come on. It's a lot of people, I gotta say, a lot of people like to be critical. And then when you listen to them, they hardly even can enunciate their words to where they're actually understandable if they think it would be seen by other people. But outside of that, though, I would have to say he is pretty smart on that. He's gotten used to being God. We used to get God back at the very beginning of this thing, way back in the day, really badly. And so we started to pick up quick. But I do have to thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And also, I gotta say, I forgot what I was going to say. I'm so damn hungry. I can't remember. I don't know what I said. I can't remember.
You were about to make a comment about the mainstream news anchors that get too comfortable with scripts.
Yes.
How did I know he was going to say that?
Dude,
Those were brothers.
Amazing. Yeah, because we talked about it before the show a little bit, actually. But there was someone today, folks, that we reposted the clip on our Twitter, by the way, so click on the link in the description below and go to the Twitter, merciless plug there, to go and look at it. But there was a certain guy on Fox News today who was talking about the whole cancellation of Project Freedom, and you could tell, the guy reads over teleprompter all the time. I'm not going to say the guy's name, because, just in case he isn't, but he talks in this certain way that really gives you the idea that he's reading off of a teleprompter, because none of the cadence of his sentences really work or really add up or anything. And he was reading this stupid line that was written for him today, and I was like, how dumb can you be? Like, that sounds so stupid. It sounds like you're really trying so hard to make that work, but you're about to bust out laughing at it because it's so stupid. But beyond that, you gotta go listen to that guy, because the whole speech that he gave today on that show was the dumbest one I'd ever heard. And also the way the guy delivered it, it was like he was about to bust out laughing because he didn't even believe it. I was like, man, hard delivery there. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
You know, the crazy thing is the Secretary of War used to be his coworker. That's the crazy part. If you really put those dots together, he used to literally work with them. That's the crazy thing. So kind of a weird deal. Like, seems like a little bit strange. But our next one here goes to Jake, who puts in a 2. And thank you very much, Jake, for that support. And also a big shout out to Blazat, who also put in a 1. And we do appreciate you as well, Blazat, for that support. And with that, folks, that is our last of the super chats to address right there. So once again, a huge shout out to everybody for supporting the channel once again and making the channel possible. It's now time to grab some Morse code decoders and also the questions of the night. We had Paul, Kevin, Mason, Joni, Norm, Arabelle, her royal fluffiness, Kush, Kovateric, Sire, and Brian. They said tonight's Morse code says, when will the U.S. government get its act together, clearing out the Strait and LOT, LSA?
And that's the sound of money. Y'all got that dent on the nail. That is the Morse code message of the night. I got to congratulate y'all on the Leaf Spring Signal Corps massively for getting that correct. Truly an incredible and amazing thing. And with that in mind, it is time for us to move on and into our live chat questions. But, of course, folks, due to significant time constraints, given the fact that this stream is now 4 hours and 45 seconds long, we will only be able to gather 3 live chat questions before we round this thing out. So, Matthew, what do we got?
And this one goes to Mad Max, who said, could it be Ukraine in the Middle East by any chance?
To a degree, yes, but they're mostly going to be sending personnel in advisory roles only to be able to train other forces how to use drones, or assisting them and giving them some advisement on how to implement drone forces properly on a larger doctrinal framework. So a big thanks to you for a great question there, and I hope that has addressed that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the second to last question of the night.
This one goes to Mary Jacobs, who said, what happens with the vessels we seized? Do we confiscate its contents and release the vessel to the crew? And do we imprison the crew and keep the vessel and contents? And LT LSA. And also, I want to let y'all in on a little secret, by the way. We haven't said this on the air yet, but I want to let y'all in on a little secret y'all might not have heard elsewhere. We gave back the ship that we seized that was Iranian aligned. We gave that back through Pakistan, by the way, and we gave the crew back to Pakistan. So we just handed their ship back to them. They got to have it back. They got their guys back, and that was the end of the story. So I guess we're just going to give the stuff back, it looks like. So kind of pointless to seize it. But Enforcer, what say you?
So what we call that in the fishing world is a catch and release. You reel in the bass, you look at it, and then you toss it back in. Can't do that with rainbow trout, though. They're a little too fragile. But outside of that, though, I mean, you can definitely... Catch and release is the objective of the U.S. military. We catch them, and then we let them go. So I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the final question of the night. So who is the lucky last person to throw in the lucky last question of the night?
And that viewer is going to be none other than Mary once again. And I'm going to grab a second one from Mary, because this is a good question right here. I've seen a lot of people ask it, and Mary was simply the one to ask it. Not double dipping right here on this question. But Mary said, will Ukraine attack anywhere within Russia on May the 9th? And what say y'all? LSA.
Yes, I think they will, because we haven't seen the Ukrainians agree to the unilateral ceasefire that the Russians have. So they're going to be definitely attacking Russia during May 9th. However, the real question is, are they going to attack them during the day? Because that's when the parade's actually held. If they attack them on the night of the 9th of May, then they've actually attacked them after the parade, and it doesn't really matter. If they attack them the night before May 9th, like on the night of the 8th, then that might matter a little bit and might lean into them canceling the parade. If they attack in the midday on the 9th of May, they're going to disrupt the parade. So that's really more so the questioning that matters there, and we can basically guarantee a nighttime attack would definitely happen, but the real question is, would they go out of their way to do a daytime attack to try and disrupt the parade, and that we don't know yet. I have a feeling that the Ukrainians might heavily consider that, because disrupting the parade would be a huge propaganda bonanza for them for the larger part, but I just don't know if they would really try and do that. I'm not really quite sure. But anyways, with that, we have reached the end of tonight's stream, and someone said in the chat right there, Matthew just banned him, and someone said, let's see, dude, you were so full of shit. Not really, actually. I'm actually quite hungry, and I haven't had anything to eat all day, so probably not full of shit yet. But beyond that, well, that guy is definitely full of shit because he is what he eats. But beyond that,
Yuck.
Hey man, look, I don't judge, but beyond that, it is the end of tonight's stream. I got to thank you all so much once again for watching. It's an absolute honor and a pleasure to be able to cover this news for all of y'all each and every day on behalf of me and Enforcer Matt. You're on the Enforcer team, and we thank you all so much once again for watching. We had a peak viewership today of 18.6 thousand people. What a lot of people. And we also had 160,000 people watch this stream before it ends. I got to thank you all massively for enjoying the show and watching it, because we're absolutely honored to be able to be the ones to give you all the news. And so with that, we will see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 24 hours of the news from around the world. And if there is a short war video to be made, I will be the one, the Enforcer here, making that short war video. And so with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, Slava Ukraini, Haram Slava, long live the Lee Spring Army, and long live the Republic.
With that, folks, we will see you all tomorrow, maybe on a short war video midday, and also definitely on tomorrow's night's stream at 10 p.m. Eastern. And in the meantime, a big shout out to the 150,000 people that were here by the end of the stream. We do appreciate all of you for once again joining us for another night of big news. And we'll have to see what tomorrow brings. Every day is like, what did that guy say that little Forrest Gump? He said every day is a box of chocolates or something. I don't know what he said, but y'all know what I'm trying to say. But it could be anything that happens tomorrow. We never can tell. It could be chocolate or it could be doo-doo. You never can tell. So we'll have to find out. But we'll see you all tomorrow, of course. And anyways, Slava Ukraine, Hiram Slava, get some rest, and good night.